So, I mean, at least my random 52 is halfway correct, I guess. Right, so we are here. It's... yeah, getting out of bed was a bit difficult. Right, my pillow camera is right now, the phone that I'm using for that is refusing to stay on for like more than like a minute right now. I don't know, it's annoying. We will just let it charge for a moment and then we'll try to power cycle it again. See if it stays this time. I guess just powered on again. Because that would be the indication for that. In any case, we've started the game. We can now go into the server list, I guess, and just go on the server briefly so we can get one thing out of the way after the other. PanAm. There it is. We need to flip our car because we wanna still run this livery. Because here we can. Here we're not judged for that. I definitely changed the password for freaking 6. Control V. Hey, yeah, I am now here. Like, I was sort of fighting with the stupid pedal cam not wanting to work. Yep, green capture over here. Good. Now we have also leaderboard showing up. Everything seems to be not working. So let's see, can we get this thing to actually power on this time around? Or is it gonna continue wanting to fight me on this? That's annoying. Like, I should really probably get a proper webcam for this. But like... I can't read your full message right now because my web browser window is covering up part of it. So I'll answer you in a second. Also, now it believes that it has 70% battery for some fucking reason. Right, okay, I turned Wi-Fi off just so it drains, I guess, the battery a bit less. Even though I still have Bluetooth on, because I use that phone oftentimes to turn my base station on. Although not today, because I had them already still running. I've been using this for this championship and actually for the entire run of the Toga championship. I've used this car livery. Like, I've been using it for... Did it power off again? You had all... it just got... I don't know. Is my cable failing? Why are you disconnecting the damn phone? Micro USB cables are like the shittiest thing. And it's like... It's not the connector, honestly. The connector's kind of shit already, yeah. But like... The problem with a lot of cables, like, they just break, like, suffer like a data connection break, like a couple centimeters behind the connector. Like, that's part of the problem. They build big fucking connector housings, and the cables just break a few centimeters behind that. And it's like, what's the point even? But yeah, this is a, yeah, the problem is if I press F7, it's gonna just make my overlay disappear. The good way of showcasing, I guess, delivery. I guess F3 would? Well, F3 gives us nothing, honestly. Right, but we need to, if I get out of the carburetor, can I really use a Bursa in that context? Which context? Also, is Bursa even a word? It's like it means badder in English, but like eviler. And that's a bit like weird, evil L. But I guess you can do it. Funny thing how this car's riding on literally zero bump stop range on the rear, but you still aren't topping it. But yeah, there's some. We would have actually run this livery even this evening for well, not this evening, but like yesterday for the some good race if Loic didn't intervene. Loic stopped this thing from being run, which probably was a good idea. Let's be real. Let's be real. He probably did a good thing there for us. Because this thing is pretty freaking cursed. That's the only one who so far put a lap in. Not Jimmy is here. And then we have no, it's a GT3. How many GT4s do we have? 3? Yeah. We have 3 GT4 cars right now. Yeah, I could have driven out in practice, but like also like, why? We have a bit of qualifying and we're gonna just figure out the circuiting in. I have a setup already for this track, so we're gonna be fine. Let me just check if my stuff is working here. It seems to be, luckily. So no, it's not fighting. I guess it stopped fighting me at this point. Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting race. I don't know how fast how fast the Merc is gonna go. That's gonna be an interesting question. If we can keep them at bay. Although we did defeat them at sorry. We did defeat them at Bathurst. Despite them having quite a bit of an advantage in qualifying, so that was a decent performance. I just say. It still is a decent grid for GT3 though. GT4, I mean, it hasn't had much of a grids in the first round, but like we did have like a handful of people every single race, but like this is I think the lowest we've gone in attendance in GT4. Like I mean, Imola had also like I think only 3 GT4 finishers, or I think we actually had 4 cars take the start. 5 were on the server at some point because Jimmy couldn't make the start because his pedals fell apart literally. But like we had I think 1 Aston and 2 Alpines if I remember correctly, or was it 1 Alpine? I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if both of them finished, but I'm pretty sure there was 2 Alpines and the Aston. And the Aston seems to be finishing the season off as well, but like we're in the championship here. Well, I've won the championship already. It's a 5-round championship with a dropped score, so guess how that works. And I've already said like I mean you probably didn't read the description because who the fuck reads descriptions, but yeah, I've already tallied up the championship, and we're going for the 5th one this season. Seeing if we can make it 5 out of 5, which would be pretty neat, honestly. We should lower the pressures, probably. I didn't part lucky. Like... Oh. Sim up, are you broken or something? Because we are now in qualifying, and my sim hub is still showing time remaining in the session and like not updating anymore at all. My sim hub is definitely frozen up somehow. Something isn't right. That's being calculated. I think my heart rate is probably also frozen. Gap calculation I think is working because it does produce fluctuations, but there's definitely some stuff in the right here. Let's briefly do a forced game switch. That should reinitialize the plugins and everything. No, we still have no fuel metering, nothing. What is going on here? This is not good. Seem to not have any fuel. This probably suggested also the leaderboard. Maybe the leaderboard plugin is still working. If the leaderboard plugin is still working, we're gonna continue. Even if I don't have fuel numbers and everything.
Low tire pressure. Stay clear of the curbs.
Even if my game overlay for some reason has decided to get SimUp reader for ACC has just kicked the bucket for some reason. I've never had issues like this, but like since like version 9 I've had like shit like this happen like twice or so. Where like just it doesn't gather the data at all anymore all of a sudden. I mean, if the leaderboard continues to work, then this is gonna be fine. We're gonna just continue on. Because the leaderboard plugin, I've seen a bit flaky at times, but it's like fine. It's a bit annoying that it has at times issues with the WebSocket and just kind of forgets how to leaderboard. But this could also be an ACC bug rather than the problem in the plugin, because it directly communicates with the WebSocket that ACC provides for broadcasting. SimHub on the other hand uses the memory map of ACC for its telemetry, except if you put it into spectator mode. Then it also uses the broadcast thing, but like exclusively, so you end up with just like a lack of certain telemetry data like fuel. And definitely on the correct setting, it's just for some reason seemingly does not want to provide this data anymore. It worked clearly because we're down to 32 seconds overtime that it rendered on the damn thing, and then it suddenly conked out as soon as we went to qualifying. Oh, top 5 drivers of all time. I don't know. It's always such a loaded question, that. Because you have to at times compare people who are not comparable. Whose particular skill set is bringing cars of their era around the circuit, while other people are incredibly good drivers with high downforce machinery. So I think I can't give really a more nuanced answer than anybody else. If I actually answer this question, it's like, oh yeah, but Jim Clark and Senna and Max Verstappen and Hamilton, honestly. There are some of the more people that I can think of the top of my head right now as names. Jackie X probably as well. I mean, Belov is an interesting individual, but he died relatively young. Year 200 F1. the Roman doing kart races. Roman horse racing, Formula 1. Probably as well, honestly. Yeah, I forgot to mention him. Was that the first to clock in a lap, or was Jimmy just slow? Yeah, Jimmy was slow. Okay, that's the explanation. He was like 4 seconds off the pace, but I think neither of us have done practice laps, and the comparison is, I have a setup. I might have like woken up like about, I mean honestly I did wake up about an hour ago, but like still it's like even the time of day, my current time isn't updating anymore on my overlay. Now that's strange. Well, is the stream overlay still working? I don't know. Because I think I have a no number at all as being correctly returned to my thing here. Although the pressures look alright. Yeah, the pressure numbers the game is feeding back. I still have the pressure numbers work on my overlay. That is interesting. Pressures are working. Oh yeah, right, because they come from my plugin. But they're also sourcing the data for the pressures from, well, SimHub's own sources. So I don't know what the hell has broken in SimHub. Time remaining is not functioning. The computer time is not working. Also, it seems I'm not improving at all. Fuel to get to the end is still calculated correctly. The scene is showing up. And my delta is working. We've got a bit of time here. That's all cooked. I think I should stay actually in 5th. For this corner. Oh yeah, I need to pay attention with time remaining. I think GT4 qualifying is now over. Or what was the timing for it? Because we have 10 minutes now remaining in the session. Yeah, the GT3s are coming out. I mean, I think, start this lap in time, but like my lap time is very slow, so I think we should be probably pulling off the circuitous, right? But hey, we can practice a pin entry, honestly. Because I think I am still on a legit lap here. It's just... yeah, Jimmy is just utterly not there compared to me. Okay, he's now improved finally. But he's still like 3 seconds off the pace, which is really uncharacteristic for him. His teammates, this would make sense, sure, but like not him. Because he's barely beating Rustin right now. And that is just not characteristic for him at all. I mean, not like he's fighting for any championship position, but like, I would expect him to still fight for the win here, just to see if he can best me at least in one race. I mean, honestly, he should have won all 4 races this season, if it wasn't for like a combination of bad luck for him and also just, I mean, it's Suzuka basically ran off the fucking road. Like that was not a particularly proud display of driving skill. He had me there, no questions asked. Oh yeah, right, we don't have any fuel calculations showing him. Maybe it's just his overlay broke. And I need to restart that. Maybe. Because I think all the other elements are still rendering correctly. It's just this thing is for some reason decided that it doesn't want to work correctly anymore. I did consolidate earlier some of the listings and stuff for like, oh well, we're not getting out of the return garage. It's refusing now to work. No, we don't want to open this. Thank you very much, but like no, we're not interested. Come on, stop lagging. Return to garage. It's funny because the navigation of the menu works with the D-pad, but like actually pressing something in the menu did not. Well, that's fun. Let's just see. Do we have a time remaining right now? Headline time. Your current date time is still updating. That's interesting. Oh, I think what broke my overlay is because we had the time jump backwards. And that maybe upset the overlay? Because we jumped back in time from 3 AM to 2 AM again. So telemetry stuck in practice. Yes, I've been like saying that there's something broken right now and I can't quite figure it out. It says, yeah, time remaining also on here is stuck. The thing is, as long as the gaps still work on stream, I'm fine with this problem, sort of. We're just like gonna wing that part, but like as long as we have functioning gaps and everything while we're driving, and we have those update correctly, and we have the leaderboard working, then it's all fine, kind of. Because if it's stuck still in practice, then we actually have a bit of a problem, because this means the leaderboard will stay in fastest lap, so you don't actually see on the left hand side when it goes to leaderboard display the actual gaps. You see difference to the fastest lap, which is a bit weird, but like it's the unfortunate downside of how I coded that section, and it's just it breaks when specifically it doesn't switch from quality, which is usually when you aren't the lead, when you hand the car, when you do qualifying and hand the car over to your teammates, that's when that problem can occur, or when your software breaks. But we're gonna solve this in a second. Can this thing actually? Oh, we don't get the leaderboard on the left hand side anymore because that isn't updating correctly anymore either. Holy shit! There's multiple things breaking right now. We have multiple problems. Yeah, we're not getting a leaderboard on the left-hand side anymore. It's just that's frozen up as well. Fun. It's like the thing is, some of these properties are updating still. They are working. It's just, for some reason, they seem to not correctly work right now. Stream dynamic overlay, edit output. Yeah, it seems to be stuck right now. Oh, no, it is iterating here, so I think, so that property is working. We definitely can say that. And we've got to probably just uncheck and check it again. Which will make it that it might hit the formula reloaded briefly. But we wanna... yeah, let's just okay this thing, so that makes it also save again. We wanna have... yeah, I qualified in Paul. It's right now the leaderboard isn't working. It doesn't wanna switch. Can we actually get it to... Yes! Okay, just reloading the leaderboard will lead solve this problem right now. I think what specifically happens here as a bug is that because we had because in Germany we switched from CEST to CET tonight. That's what happened. We switched from CEST to CET. We're now running CET, which is quite messy, this fact. And so it went and that's why my personal leaderboard also, my personal like overlay shows that it is it was 2:59 AM and got stuck on that number. Because I think the problem is that right now it's not taking any of the packages because it's thinking they're from they're out of sync, out of order. So it thinks like all the packages that are coming in are timestamped earlier than the current last package it had. So it's like, no, there's no update. This is old stuff. Even though it's their new data, it's just time zone has switched. Because he didn't program that section in Unix time, he's just going from the system time and assuming that the system time is linear. When it very much isn't. Yeah, this is a slight mess, to say the least. At least things are working at the end of the day. It's a bit more messy actually for my personal overlay over here because I can't really do much, I think. Although we could maybe. Can we actually force it to do some... to reload the thing? Like we could perhaps force it into the HTML render engine. Because that would cause it to reload. Yeah, that reloaded it. Without, I think, losing the window, which means we still have it as an overlay? Yeah, the overlay is still captured. Okay, good. We don't need to remove the overlay. We just need to briefly reload it. That's fine. We're gonna switch back to the default render, which is the WPF render for this. So we'll also fix this problem. Some of the new overlay things for SimHub are quite honestly kinda neat. Yes, I talked about this. I literally said that I was 3 seconds faster on the in-lap. I talked about like that he's uncharacteristically slow. I literally talked about that. Like, you couldn't see the numbers because everything was broken right now, but like we've... So where's actually somehow the bug? Yeah, I mean there is a bunch of version stuff. That's legendary band behind SimHub on the 20th this month. Okay, so CT. Let's see, in SimHub we're still working. Frozen. Okay, now the dashboard's update. It's system time. Dashboards. How long do we have actually on the grid right now? Oh, come on. 3 minutes. Just done. Nine points 0.3. plus 2 plus 1. Okay. Okay, we don't have much time. We need to set up the change the setup right now. Okay, we probably want more pressure again.
30 seconds.
Yeah, because I spent a lot of time just typing out a response there. We need a bit more fuel than what we're currently having in the car.
20 seconds.
We want a lot of fuel. I mean, I want to go for like for 3 tire changes. I think we're going for 3 tire changes. Yeah. Right. Let's press drive before we actually get into trouble here. Oh, they did set a requirement refueling. That's interesting. They set a pit stop requirement for this race after I ran the muck ads. I mean, they did have a pit stop requirement for what was it? I don't know why they specifically set refueling after we. But yeah, we will gonna then not take as much fuel. But yeah, the thing is with the 2-hour races at Paul Ricard and Bathurst, we specifically didn't refuel in the 2 pit stops in the middle of the race. We specifically just changed tires on the car, and we did 1 refueling stop in the middle, and the other 2 stops were just literally coming in, stopping, and driving away again. But they're now enforcing a pit stop timer, which is, I guess, fine. Also, I still have no fuel numbers. I've just noticed. Yeah, my personal dashboard is still frozen up. I think I need to switch render engines. This is. But I don't know if I can do this while I'm driving on formation lap. I didn't pay attention properly. The stream overlay is fine. Like this section here is not. The problem is I have to. This is very fiddly to get over there while driving. Alright, let's grab my keyboard. So I actually have a chance of doing this. I know I'm out of order right now a bit, although I am in my green area, so that's funny. Let's see if I can do this, because... Oh, come on, let me move my cursor. Okay, we did it. We have the numbers now reading in. I guess the WPF engine is just broken right now. Oh, come on. Stop it, please. Right. Completely driving blind. we pulled that off. Now we have working numbers there. Because without my fuel calculators, it's gonna get really funny. Rustin has actually returned to the pits. So he's starting out for pit lane. That's an interesting turn of events. What time of day is it right now in game? $5:30 p.m. I see. 5:30. That suggests to me that we're not gonna. When do we finish then the race? That would be 8:30. No. Yeah, 8:30 in-game time. Probably go towards sunset, but like not quite into sunset, I think.
Go in double file.
Oh god, he's backing off completely. Come on, Ferrari. We're not even at 60. Jesus. And oh, we have a bunch of GT3s actually behind us, I've just noticed. That parent, I didn't pay attention to the quality order because I was busy typing up a report of the issue that I've been encountering. And also solving it prior to that. There is a writer!
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Okay.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Let's still not... excuse for not putting quality time in and, you know, having to pass the GT4s at the start for it. You're lucky that we're only 2 at this point because the other one got lost in the pit lane. Although he is only 13 seconds behind us, he's not doing too bad for starting off the pit lane. And there goes the Porsche. Okay, actually he somehow freaking held that. But I'm not sure I want to go side by side with him, but we're gonna just do that. I cooked this corner. But I wasn't sure if the Porsche's gonna send it for a dive bomb, considering he just drove in the back. You're doing a Max Verstappen campaign. Not really. It is, it was the first race and this race, effectively, right now, where I've been dominatingly fast. Otherwise, I'm not Jimmy in the Mercedes has been utterly crushing my balls, usually. As I said, he should have won some of the rounds. If it wasn't for a combination of me being sometimes questionable driving, although that was mainly Suzuka, but like, then also him being a lot, his teammate not being particularly too fast, that's part of the issue for him. On the other hand, he has a teammate for a 3-hour race while I'm driving this entire thing solo. So that's gonna be fun for me. Let's see if I can actually stay awake this time. And also, they had really bad luck because it would have been interesting to see how they would have done at Imola. But unfortunately, his pedals literally fell apart, so that challenge didn't materialize. They also had issues with the setup at Paul Ricard, which resulted in them not having a setup for the race. Like, it didn't load the transfer drivers, and the setup didn't get stay loaded, so for some reason they ended up driving on default, which utterly destroyed their race. Like, he out-qualified me. I don't even have that many pole positions in this championship. I think I put it only on pole at Imola and here. I think the other races he's actually put the car on pole. So yeah, it is quite uncharacteristically how slow he is right now, today. Maybe it's because ground on the track that particularly favors the Merc. But still, he overcame what I think is a disadvantage at Paul Ricard. Because when I did testing of the GT4 cars, the Merc was actually not faster than the McLaren. The McLaren was the fastest by a mile. The Maserati somehow was third fastest. Well, actually, I think second fastest. It even beat the Alpine. But the Alpine was actually pretty damn quick around the circuit, despite me not having an alien setup on the damn thing.
Slow car ahead.
How did you spin there? Okay, the answer is probably Porsche. I think the answer is a collision with the other car. I mean, we have a lot of long straights here with heavy braking. So that's probably why we're so utterly dominant in the circuit. Still, it's like I would think you can get the Merc down to these lap times, sub 32s. Like, I think you should be able to, especially him, who's right at the same skill level as me, I would assume. I mean, he literally has the same SimGrid rating, effectively, as me. No evidence, like, the rating system seems to work at times, even if at other times you have people with significant lower rating than you yourself just utterly beat the shit out of you. And you're just left like, why? Like, I signed up for a lobby with an average rating of... I mean, the problem is the average rating. If the average rating is 2k and you have like multiple people with like 1.5, although I don't think I've ever seen someone this low. And you show up with like... You have like an alien with like 4, semi-pro with like 4.0. Yeah, that's 4.0k. It's like, that's just... They will blend very easily in. Back on, get some food. Okay. Eat something. Don't worry, I'm here for another 3 hours. As long as I don't fall asleep on the wheel, but like I probably will then also be still here for 3 hours. You just get a sleeping ASMR stream. Another case where it's like it's not technically necessary to upshift into 6th. My tire pressures are a bit on the low side. It's probably me increasing them a bit prior to the race. I don't want to know how Jimmy's teammate is doing right now. He's gonna do it when he gets into the car. Go boy, they're just gonna drown completely. Yeah, we should probably be safe changing tires every stop. I just don't want to do multiple hours on a tire set here. Like an hour is fine. I just don't think we're gonna make it on like one tire set for this. On 2 tire sets for. I think it could be done. Probably. He's with Saphire. Should be able to do something like that. And with the pace advantage we have, even if we continue to drop off a bit, we're still faster than them right now. So, yeah. I mean, I don't carry enough fuel technically for the strategy. So we're gonna have a bit of long fuel stop on the first stop if we go with just not changing tires for most of the race. Although I probably want higher pressure tires in the car than these right now. They're just a bit too much on the low side. But yeah, I guess this is gonna turn into another just chatting stream then. I'm gonna probably wait till you finally return from you getting food, I guess. Before I start getting into just chatting. Because, I mean, I can talk to myself if necessary. It's kind of always like, oh yeah, there's people are actually kind of watching me then. At times, and it's sensible to cater to those people who are actually watching, and not just like for the ominous amount of people that might be lurking in chat that would otherwise end up now hearing every story twice because I end up having to tell it once the active viewers come back again. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I don't have. I mean, the solution would be to be a bit more popular, but like, that's not gonna happen, and that's fine, I guess. It would be nice, but like, you know, we're making the nichest of niche content, so it's like, oh, this is fine.
Slow car ahead. Yellow flag, be careful.
Well, let's speak of W for times. I was just talking about, this is probably gonna turn into a just chatting stream, but I'm gonna wait till you actually return before I start picking up topics. Because I am not like particularly in the mood of Telling the story is multiple times. Yeah, we're really Verstappening here. We're Verstappening it up in here. Oh yeah, I mean, classic scatterbrain fashion from me. I wanted to actually listen to the full song that like is now recently become part of a meme template of just putting Max Verstappen. Like replace anime instead of with like rallying or something else. It's become replaced with Max Verstappen. I have to listen to some of those songs. But like scatterbrain fashion, I forgot to actually do it. I mean, my progress on my Linux install is yeah, the time is very much slow and tedious. But we're making slowly progress in getting certain things to run. It's not because it's complicated or hard to do these things, it's more like I just procrastinate doing them, and then when I finally get to it, it's like, it's occasionally some problem solving, but like usually not too bad. But yeah, oh yeah, I have to... Shit, in fact, Jordan posted it on Twitter. Yeah, I think a few days ago he posted that even. Oh, we're GT3 passing us.
Clear on the left.
What's that? Bye. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, that could have derailed our race a bit. Luckily, I just... Damn, I'm pretty sad to be back on to Twitter. Platform X, known formerly as Twitter. But news, I think the news, news of my local radio station, I think has stopped now. Finally, they still refer to it as X, but like they stopped referring to it as X, formerly known as Twitter. For the most part, I think they stopped now, which is a bold move from them, considering their listening base is. I mean, their listening base, honestly, they're not too terrible, but like the listening base is like probably in their 30s and 40s. That the ancient one, my ancient one, is listening to them is actually kind of like weird for her to do, because this is not kind of not her target demographic. But yeah, the X. Okay, he's coming by now.
Clear on the left.
I think he avoided actually crashing into the wall there. He just spun. And if that's a Evo 1 Audi and not an Evo 2, is it an Evo 2? Yeah, I think it's an Evo 2. Yeah, the rear wing mount is an Evo 2. Because Evo 1 up the hill at Spa is completely broken for some reason. You just die. Like, there's no chance of actual survival up the hill, except if you have like some weird setup that fixes the problem maybe, but like I've driven the car on the circuit, it's broken up the hill for some reason. I think the Evo 1 Audi in general has like some error issues, which is why they relatively quickly released the Evo 2 in real life as a fix for the car. But yeah, the difference in rear wing mount is that the Evo 1 has a straight wing which has its rear wing arm come from the front up over, which is what most GT3 cars have, while the Evo 2 has the rear wing mount behind the rear wing and mount from the back over it. I mean, our GT4 car here has a straight rear wing mount from the bottom into the rear wing. A lot of GT3s obviously are using more modern designs, effectively, that mount the rear wing from the top. Probably has some aerodynamic and mechanical advantages. I don't know. I'm not an aerospace engineer or in general a mechanical engineer. I'm some software guy. I can understand big numbers if you present them to me, but like, don't ask me to calculate the force. Although, I mean, you can kind of ask me to calculate the force, but please give me the formula first. I don't know it off the top of my head. I don't need to. And then I'm not gonna calculate the formula, the force by hand. Like, I'm gonna ask the computer to please do that for me. Yeah, I mean, I've spent probably a bit too much time the last few days on X. Yeah, actually, aerospace engineer says me. But why the heck did I just refer to it as X? I usually stay consistent referring to it as Twitter because that's how it should be referred to. But like, for some reason, in a brief brain fart, I decided to refer to it as X. I'm spending probably too much time on Twitter, even though there's too much good on my timeline recently. Like, there's not some quality art there, which I occasionally quite like looking at. I mean, the Twitter users are having a meltdown over the coffin game, but I don't even have that much in my timeline. Because, I mean, I have actually seen a post of it, about it. Some Twitter freaks screeching at people covering it and being like, we're not gonna forgive Silvervale for according to some Twitter freaks for these people to use. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, honestly, referring to you as Twitter freaks is like a freaking polite thing. What for the things you gotta just get up to? Oh, you're racing at 3 AM. Well, because it's 2 AM. But only because the time zone switched for us. That is a genius. Which actually broke my SimHub overlay briefly. I've already filed a bug report for this entire thing. But it took me a while to figure out what the problem was. Because it froze up at 2:59. Ah, yes. Well, can he even change it to X video considering, you know, the site X video might have a trademark on that name? I don't know. Like, as far as I know, it's probably decently sized off-brand side. But yeah, why am I racing at 3 in the morning? Because it's the final round of this championship that I've been doing races in. Guys, you don't even want to know how often I've been changing to X movies, I say. Yep. The RS car, I've I regularly, in the past, have regularly gone on to drive at like stupid o'clock to compete against some Americans. Just beat the shit out of them, or regularly also get the shit beaten out of me. I mean, as an Australian, you're probably kind of familiar to running at stupid o'clock because you know, occasionally you have to compete against Americans and other people because there are not enough Australians to race against. Oh, you guys, you both raced in the V-Track? Not V-Track, Track GT? Or did you both race, or did you both race in iRacing against each other? Or as I like to call it, iRental. Oh yeah, I saw like Reska's tweets this morning about that your oval iRating is now higher than your road course, and I wanted to post a GIF of like you turning into an American, but like I just couldn't like find anything, like just like some person like suddenly gaining weight, like American flag fades into the background, things like that. Just like if you search in the GIFs for like turning into an American, it's like it returns to like utter garbage, and like even America just doesn't turn really anything good up. It's sad, and I gave up on trying to get anything. And just moved on. Brakes. Oh, come on, car, please, Dad. I don't have iRacing anymore, and I stopped doing championships since I got a PC. Wait, you did iRacing without having a PC? Oh, that sounds interesting. You probably mean a new PC. But yeah, you were watching his stream. Let's see. What was he streaming? Because I don't know what he was running. Was he driving Track GT? Because I don't think he did. Because I was watching the official broadcast of that, and I don't think he was on that race. I just can't remember it. But it would be then probably an iRacing race then. Yeah, okay. Monster class race. Ah, I see. Interesting. Probably IMSA something.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Fast car is approaching.
Oh.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Yeah, out of bounds, but it was within.
Faster car coming up behind you.
Going fast. What headset for VR are you using? Valve Index. PC specs I think are still up to date. That are on the description. Sort of. I think I swapped my storage devices around, but otherwise, the description should be accurate. I know the description is like more of a graveyard than the second page of Google, but like, you know, it's still there. Yeah, using Valve Index, which is also my microphone, by the way. That's what I'm using right now as a microphone. It's honestly a really great microphone. Being built onto this headset. Yeah. I mean, what isn't on the specs list is actually definitely not my recent purchase of a new internal SSD, on which so far is only a Linux install. Small one. Of the 2 terabytes, I've only partitioned 300 megabytes. Not megabytes. Even for Linux install, that's a bit small. 300 gigabytes. For. I'm using Arch, by the way. But I'm not racing yet on that. And that's just. I've not actually even set up force feedback. I've installed VR on it, but I've not actually tried it yet. I have tried actually getting Vinian working on there. So some VTuber software. Oh, come on. I'm kind of driving like shit right now. I mean, we're still winning, but like... In which context? I don't know which context you're referring to.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
What you I know you said earlier, but I don't know the context for it either, because you asked there as well if was the correct word for that context. And I said, well, it's a bit of weird word general because its meaning is evil. I think in German technically you can do this. Well, in English it sounds really freaking weird. So yeah, that's quite. Oh yeah, I'm making böser. I'm making not böser. Probably a good context would be I don't know. I was about to go on a freaking Hitler comparison. Fully. Love it fun. Ah, yeah, okay, right. Lukas isn't Böse fanboy. Yes, that is a completely correct usage of it. God, and in that case, it's not even evil, or it is actually means just evil. It's just the freaking tenses of German words being funny. Because you could also use specifically böse, spelled the same way for the context of like, ich bin böser als du. Like, I'm more evil than you. It's like, great, awesome. Well, the writer seems to have broken down over here. But yeah, Quest 2, but the frame rate is horrible. How did you set it up? I did follow some sort of like guide for settings, VR settings that I used. Specifically, it was a bit of an older guide, and I used the same settings that you would use for a 2080 Ti. I'm running an AMD RX 6800 for context, with Ryzen 9 5900X and a lot of RAM, 64 at that. I mean, the Quest 2 does have more resolution technically than the Index, although I am pushing also a lot of pixels into the Index. I think I'm running at like 150, 170% resolution scale for this headset, so we're running a lot of resolution into the headset here as well. So I'm probably, in terms of hardware usage, relatively similar to the Quest at that point. But yeah, I don't know, there's certain settings you need to switch off, but like a lot is just having the specs to run. Also, this is important, I am running this with the index at 120 Hz mode, but I'm only outputting 60 Hz to the headset. I have the motion smoothing and Steam turned off, so I'm only taking advantage of asynchronous reprojection, effectively. Or I think it is. But like, yeah, it's not doing like approximation frame generation, because that causes like a very weird artifact. I have tried running with that stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. It does some weird things when the frame rate drops, and just letting it run at 60 Hz is pretty fine. But that's me, who has a boatload of hours in VR and has experience of running on pretty low-end hardware beforehand already, and just doesn't get motion sickness. So I can get away with even if my frame rate drops to 30 at that point. Like 30 gets uncomfortable, but like I can get away with this stuff. I think if it gets to 15, it gets into the territory of like, this is not great, but I'm not going to vomit. It's just like, it looks awful and I'm probably unable to play the game at that point. Heck, even the Archer doesn't drop that low, usually. Well, yeah, ACC is kinda heavy at times. It is, however, crazy that, like, I've seen benchmarks for City Skylines 2, 1080p, and my GPU is apparently not capable of hitting 50 FPS. Or the 6800 XT, which is the one slightly better than mine, is hitting 51, I think. So, like, that's roughly probably where my GPU would end up. But at 1080p, I mean, I have still 1080p monitors, so it's like, when I'm actually playing flat games, I have a really powerful GPU for playing flat games, which has allowed me to play things like Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition, despite AMD GPUs not being that great at ray tracing. I can't, even prior to update 2.0 with Cyberpunk, I couldn't play it with ray tracing because the frame rate would get a bit too shit for that. But otherwise I could play that thing on Ultra. And even Enhanced Edition I could play on Ultra, although the frame rate definitely at times dropped into more cinematic territories. But yeah, you look at some of the recent releases. Forza would probably not run that great, and neither would... I mean, Forza doesn't support VR, so it's difficult for me to even play that game. Considering my setup, I don't have a monitor in front of me. My desk is 90 degrees to the right of me. So I can't literally play Forza. I can't play flat games. I've tried the BeamNG update where they added VR support, and it's like... it works. But the problem is it crashes on me constantly, so that's kind of the issue. Valve Index, I literally said I think that's in less than 10 minutes ago. But yeah. I have an index. I have 3 Vive 2.0 trackers with track straps. Obviously the controllers. I've been using it for, gosh, I think 3 years now I've had this headset. I've had to replace the cable on it. Did that early this year. Because it started to, the cable started to have the classic signs of failure of like audio cutout and issues. Although it did sort of temporarily solve itself when I removed one of the zip ties to hold the cable in place on top of my headset. Because the clips that the Index has to hold its cables in place, they are very fragile and break easily. Like the one on the back broke within, I think 200 or 300 hours of use. So that's just nothing. considering I probably have upwards of like 6,000 hours on this headset. Which is, yeah, for how expensive the index is, it kind of has some fragility problems, but also like everybody has issues with the index's longevity because they are heavy VR users. No one buys this headset who isn't a heavy VR user. Grinds this thing to a pulp. And we can replace cables. It's not cheap, but like you're not paying the price of the headset either. You can replace the facial interface, which is something that I probably very soon have to do again, because the one I bought the replacement pack for facial interfaces. Because the fabric ripped and the foam that is trapped inside to like cushion the headset between your the plastic from your face basically decided to just kind of fall out. I have to bend it every time right now back in again. It wasn't really worth it, yeah. On the other hand, that's PSVR. Do you have the old PSVR or do you have the PSVR, the new PSVR for the PlayStation 5? Because I don't know. I mean, both libraries are sort of like odd. It's like it's a really cheap and actually half decent headset. It's just because it doesn't work on PC, you're kind of just like stuck with the PlayStation library, and to PlayStation VR is like, yeah, we kind of do this, but like also we don't freaking care. The Quest is kind of useful in that sense that like you are actually getting even more experience than me on a desktop. You can play a lot more games, but that are just made for the Quest. The developers are specifically targeting oftentimes the Quest, sometimes just not even developing for PC, even if they aren't paid by Meta off to specifically do that. But yeah, that's actually great. So playing on PlayStation before the PS 2 came out. Yeah. But yeah, those low-end headsets are very popular, and this is what obviously developers target. I mean, heck, even I only play VR for my racing games and whenever I get on VR chat, right? Racing games, Elite Dangerous, although tell me the last time I played Elite Dangerous actually with any serious intent is I think approaching at this point 2 years ago. I mean, I occasionally log in, check in on my fleet carrier to see is it still alive, and then perhaps transfer a few more funds, tell myself, oh yeah, I need to grind at some point in the near future before I run out of money, and then log off to not return again. Like, I don't even boot into VR, I just like literally load on a desktop without anything plugged in and just do some menuing. I mean, there are some VR games, I was just like, on one hand I don't buy them, and on one hand I don't play them. I have a massive Steam backlog as everybody else has, and I'm sort of trying to get... So, I will use it for racing games and maybe VR chat. I'm scared of the VR chat community. What are you scared of? Are you scared of turning gay? Because you either die straight or play VR chat long enough to see yourself become gay. There's no in between. Yeah. As I said, I don't even play that much VR chat recently. Even if I've bought like full body tracking specifically for this purpose. But I've got my usage on that even. I'm not scared of turning Qualy. I'm scared of Ferraris. It's not too bad. There's not that many. Okay, they are there, but like you can avoid them. But I mean, you need to be scared also of the weebs. Being a fembo makes a person gay? No! No! Traps aren't gay, and fembos are neither, but I mean, it's the same term, whatever. But usually they are. Liking them definitely makes you, but usually the person itself isn't gay. It's the nuanced take on the question if traps are gay. Answer: they don't have to be. You definitely are for liking them. And Trap probably likes them too. Oh, I have a GT3 actually for position behind. It's gonna mess with the gaps. I mean, I nearly have at this point 30 seconds. I can literally start affording doing a full tire change with this rig. How long do I have fuel left for? No, 20 minutes. I think my goal will be, I think I'm gonna try still to go for the one tire change strat. Even if I hadn't taken the right fuel amount for that strat at the start of the race. It's just, I don't know, I mean, I technically don't have to do this, but like also it's like, you know, it's interesting to do. So we're gonna try it. Running 90 minutes on a tire set with a car that infamously eats them alive. It's spinning definitely, like that. I can't get away with an extra pit stop right now, but like I can, for sure as I'm at this point nearly can get away with a tire change when they aren't even doing any service. And they do have to do some service, because they need to, they did set up for this final race that you need to refuel in the all three mandatory pit stops. Which is a change to the rest of the season, where refueling wasn't mandatory, so you could just do a stop-start. Pit stop and get away with that. I mean, you can just refuel then, I guess, a liter, but you're still gonna stand there and for 3 seconds, because the refueling nozzle has to be inserted and pulled out again. And the game gives you for that like 3 seconds or so. Which is what we're gonna have to do then if we go for the strat. But yeah, we're about a tire change away from them, which is really not good for them. As I said, he has a slower teammate, and if he's not keeping up with me, it's looking likely for them to get lapped before the end of this race. I mean, if this continues out with how I'm drawing out the gap, I will likely be able to even get away with a drive-through, although I'm not intending to collect track cuts. So far none, but I don't want to curse myself. Yeah, my driving performance is... I mean, despite I'm drawing away, like I'm freaking driving awful at times. I'm missing my braking markers and everything. I'm talking a lot, so I need to drink some to let my throat hydrate again. The water's kind of cold. I mean, if I continue talking like this for 3 hours, I'm probably gonna kind of lose my voice. Not really, but like it's gonna be. I think my throat is not particularly happy about what I'm doing. I'm feeling already like I'm at the end of some family gathering. It's not a good sign. Usually I last longer, even if I talk a lot. So this is a bit odd. Nah, I'm gonna keep talking. I'm not completely gonna lose my voice here. It's not like I'm screaming. That probably would make it actually worse.
Car on the left.
And we're not going for the esports line here. Even if it would have been perhaps advantageous to avoid the GT3 that way. Hey, he's actually the race leader. Interesting. Hello, coward. You can return. Is that P2? No, that's P10. I was about to say Alexis in P2.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
But yeah, I'm still considering what car I'm gonna run for V-Track next season. I mean, the good question is if I'm driving V-Track next season, but I'm probably am. I mean, championship is still a few rounds to go in it. I mean, I love the McLaren 720S. It's a really nice car. I mean, people like Yuki are throwing around driving the Porsche. Don't think it's a particularly great idea for them to drive that car. I mean, there was a stream where he effectively 499p.
Car on the right. Faster car behind you. Clear on the right.
No, wait. Yeah, I was about to say why 499p. Oh yeah, right. Isn't that the name of their prototype? The 499p is the prototype that shares the same engine as the 296, isn't it? Shares the same internal combustion engine between those two cars. Both highly successful, yeah. 296, I'm honestly... I've driven it before the McLaren and... Yeah, I'm scratching my leg. I drove it actually before the McLaren, and I have a really good spar setup. It's just, I don't know, I don't quite like how it handles. But like, I had a spar setup that I quite like, but like it's volatile a bit on the setup, and its handling is just a bit weird. Its feel on the steering wheel is just odd. Like it just oversteers. Like the steering is very light. You get oversteer and you don't really feel it. But the oversteer is also strange because the car effectively, it only steps out like a certain amount and then it stops. Like you get a certain amount of oversteer and the car doesn't go further than that. It's like locked in a certain drift angle, and it doesn't do it any further. It's strange, and it's like I can't quite wrap my brain around this completely. So yeah, not quite the choice, I think. I mean, similarly, I could try not Lexus. I mean, I could try Lexus if it gets BOP'd, but like, but there's quite a few people who want to drive the Lexus for next season if it gets BOP'd. So let's leave that car to them. Not humiliate them and. Because that could actually make Jordan probably quit if I switch to the Lexus and utterly drive him into the ground. He would likely probably quit sim racing if I do that. Funny thing is, the Ferrari that is actually behind me right now by 5 seconds. He doesn't even have a pit stop button, and he's still behind me. He's nearly taken an hour to get to the point of overtaking me. I mean, right now that car behind me is a Porsche, so that's not the car I'm talking about. There's Ferrari behind for actual position. But yeah, in terms of car choices, I mean, the Porsche is interesting. I've driven the 991-2 a few times, and I kind of like it. It's just the engine sound is great and all of that stuff, but like it's too volatile on the setup for me. Oh, ACC servers are down. Interesting. That's gonna mess a bit with this race in case anybody's teammate hasn't joined yet. Because this is technically a... Well, it's a mini endurance championship. You can bring more than one driver to drive in the events. Although I think quite a few, most drivers are probably driving this solo. My competitor in GT4 is definitely not. He has a teammate. Although it is possible that his teammate doesn't have time to run this race. But you know, it's possible. Still interesting stuff that they went down. I mean, the likelihood is that it won't probably come back up, so if you're not on the server already, you're kind of like really fucked. They likely won't be fixed till early tomorrow morning. Like, I don't expect them to come back up for the next 5 hours then, also. For Tracklicious, but now Lamar. Pain. Which Tracklicious championship are you driving in? Probably the GT4 Cup. But in which split are you then driving? Because they did for this fall season now split the GT4s between Pro and Am into a separate series. Previously they overcrowded the track with the Pros and Ams mixed. I have thought of entering it, but like, you know, in the middle of the week, it was Sunday GT3, okay? But like, I have thought about entering that championship even prior to 1.9 with my Maserati. But then I noticed already one person is already dominating with the Maserati, so I think the point of the Maserati being strong has already been made there. And I don't think I want to wake up at 2 in the morning to also find out that I'm not racing because the sign-ups were already completely full and I would go into the waiting list anyway. They encourage you to still do that, but like, because they never had a full grid, but like, you know, it's still like, yeah. Yeah, okay, you can't race on weekdays, but like, I can definitely not do weekday 2 AM races. I've done it in the past, but like, I don't think I should. Frankly, continuing forward. Generally, I shouldn't really do these events anymore at like 2 in the morning, but like, committed to this months ago, and it's like, while I'm on semester break, this is not too bad, but like, whenever it's semester started, which it had not last week, 2 weeks ago at this point. It's not as wise of a decision to drive in these. Although, yeah, I mean, starting the semester finally fixed my sleep schedule, so that's good. I was having an utterly... I don't even quite remember what my sleep schedule was. It was a complete train wreck of like being tired from like 8 in the morning till like 2 a.m. and then not being able to sleep from like 2 a.m. until the other time. Although I did carry over that I'm relatively sleepy all day, despite sleeping sufficient amount of hours. Man, let's get some early sleep in today already. I think I slept already like 3 hours. I turned my alarm on for like... I set my alarm, it was like 4 hours. And I relatively fast fell asleep, but I did wake up before my alarm, so... I mean, I'm not... It's relatively normal for me to wake up in the middle of the night at times, turn around and then fall asleep again. I'm incredibly good at just... It is very dangerous how easily I can fall back to sleep. Like you could wake me up, I can have a conversation with you, I can fall asleep all within 5 minutes. My snooze on my alarm clock unfortunately can't be set to any number lower than 5. I think I might need to install a third-party alarm clock for this purpose, because man, I can completely fall asleep in 5 minutes. In general, risk of me accidentally just swiping the alarm away in general instead of snoozing it and then just being gone. The magic of the shark. It's not just a shark. Although you could perhaps blame the sleepiness recently on the shark. All the magic of that, but like... No, okay, I could fall asleep sitting, so that's kind of the big issue, right? Not to it starts an hour earlier than the GT3s. Yeah, but I think it still runs at what is equivalent to me like 2-3 a.m. Like this event here is the server goes live 2 a.m. but qualifying starts at 3. Now today the times are a bit messed up because the server went live at 2 a.m. and Qualy started at 2 a.m. again. Because we did switch from summertime to wintertime. Which makes a funny business of that. And yeah, it probably starts an hour earlier. And Porsche Cup would be actually kind of interesting. I want to drive that car. There was Lightspeed had on their schedule for next week Sunday a endurance race of GT4, GT3 and Porsche Cup, but when I checked on Thursday again for the event, it was gone. So that's very painful. Sad. It would have been Watkins Glen 6 hours, which is just like, this is such an awesome combination, I'm sure of it, but like, I think the last time I checked in on that event before it was gone, which was a week prior, I think, there were only like less than 10 people I think signed up. They had a few people for sure. There were none on the GT3 field somehow. I think the GT3 field was added later to the event, if I remember. I mean, I found it after the GT3 field was already added, but I think there was a hint about it on the event page. Just like 7:30 for you. The thing is, I actually run Sundays the Track EU GT4 Cup right now, so I can't run this championship either. I have considered running Toga's Porsche Cup events, which run Fridays. I could run those honestly. I don't have any assignments due on Fridays. Actually, no, I have one more lap of few remaining, but like still, need to pay attention now. I need to prepare for my pit stop. I'm not surprised. But also, I mean, signing up for the second race of a championship would not be the worst. Like, people need to sign up more for championships that are already in progress. to prevent the grids completely dropping off the cliff.
Low fuel compatibles.
And I should do what I preach, but I'm also kind of... Yeah, I think on the other hand, I'm kind of racing enough already. Okay, so 130 actually. So, okay, then it doesn't collide with the track EU events. But the thing is, it is tomorrow, so this means it is on Monday night for me. And you might understand why I want to avoid Monday nights, the night to Monday. There's only like 8 of... I will consider it then. Look, I will consider it then. I will see. As I said, I have already GT4. And then... You will fall asleep rapidly. Try watching the F1 race, you will fall asleep rapidly. When actually runs the F1 race tomorrow? At what time? How much fuel do I need to actually get to end right now? I mean, I can actually take now enough fuel that I don't need to splash anymore. 140 liters. How much fuel can this car hold right now? At maximum, I think 120? 110 actually. Oh, interesting. So we need at least like 38 liters or so. So it's going to take a moment. Because changing the fuel number is very tedious slow. Okay. It's kind of faster when you kind of spam click at times. So we're gonna take about 50 liters and no tires. Sorry, I'm currently having to deal with the pit stop. We will re-chat in a moment. We just have to, you know, dial in the pit stop and get all of these things ready so we can actually do pit walk. Although I could have actually dialed the pit stop in while we're driving down the pit lane. Okay. You fall asleep rapidly, and I don't want to go to sleep depressed. Okay, that was referring to F1 probably. It makes sense, Jordan. I'm excited for GT4 race Glen with the Camaro. Yeah, Glen is always an awesome track, but I think we're gonna have rain tomorrow. At least I've been told that there's a high likelihood for rain. And that's like, I don't know how well my car will do in the rain, but... Actually, have I ever... I think I've raced in the rain at Glen. Yeah, I have. I actually remember. There was... I even raced the Maserati in the rain there. It was an interesting SRXP race where it was wet in the beginning of the race, but there was a brief break in the middle where it stopped raining. The track dried off a bit. And I stayed on my wet tires, and I didn't change them in the pit stop. I just went up the jacks, put the fuel in, and drove out again with the same tires. It's fun in the Camaro with TC1 in the rain, surprisingly stable. Honestly, most GT4s are surprisingly stable on 1TC. You don't really need more on a GT4 for the most part, even in pretty wet conditions. I mean, yes, a lot of them are running road car traction control system, which means you don't really have many options. But like, even when you have, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Even if you have like race car settings. Right, now I understand why you skip Formula 1. The thing is, most races Formula 1 run in the afternoon hours. I usually catch the highlight, and the highlights get uploaded right around dinner time from F1, so I only don't watch F1 because they are no longer broadcast on public TV. You would have to pay for Sky, or for, I think you can get F1 subscription, which is probably the better way of viewing it, honestly, at that point. I think you can in my country, I'm not 100% sure if Sky maybe has completely exclusive licensing at that point in my country. I mean, Germany, the internet, as infamously ex-Chancellor Merkel has said, the internet is the new frontier. Or in German, she actually said in German, this internet is Neuland. But yes, it's the new frontier. It's a few years ago that she said that, but like it was still like utterly freaking cringe when she said that.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
F1 isn't free in most countries, yeah. But I mean, back in the Schumacher days, God, that dates me a bit, but like at end of Schumacher days, during the Vettel years, when I definitely watched Formula 1, it was available on RTL. I haven't, but I don't really sit down and watch long races at all anymore. The sky spots on while Claire drives by. I didn't even notice. I was so busy explaining things. Yeah. Mean you will, Basil. Yeah, that's gonna be. I have to see how well this car does in the wet, because, well, I said I've raced at the Glen in the wet. I don't think I've actually raced this car at all in the wet. It hasn't rained in a single race where I've brought this thing, so tells you a bit about how people set weather settings. Although there was, I think, a 30% chance for rain for the VCO playoff. But that didn't materialize, so. Fuck, does Jordan notice these things? Look, if I would be spectating, I would also be noticing them, I'm frank. If I was actually paying attention to the stream, I will notice things like that. If I'm just viewing it on the second monitor while procrastinating on the first monitor or something else, then decent likelihood I might miss them as well. Just a top kick comedy. Yeah. Not Doomy has not pitted yet, but I'm only 30 seconds behind them. So I'm basically a full pit stop, a full pit lane driver nearly ahead of them. And you're both standing. Although, actually, not quite, because I didn't take full service, so. I didn't take any full service, I only took fuel, so. I only took 13 seconds worth of fuel, and honestly I could have chopped that number significantly down if I actually full fueled the car at the start. Although actually not by that much, I would have still needed to take I think over 10 liters. Damn, I don't know Separate Diamonds starts to hit me out. I mean, I wasn't watching F1 at that point already, so it's like. I mean, there's further a bit of reasons. Let's not dwell on those things. I'm not gonna tell about some personal stuff. We're gonna stay on the happy side. But yeah. And yeah, I mean, I also, when it comes to like streamers in general, don't watch really full streams, although then again, I occasionally watch VODs of people, so, you know, there is that. The duality of me, of just, I watch short clips, and then I also watch this 2-hour YouTube documentary about something that I have absolutely nothing to do with, but like I still somehow decided to watch it. Don't ask me, it doesn't make any sense. My attention span is like some sort of freaking horseshoe or something. Of like, I either have an attention span of like 5 seconds, or I can stay focused on something for literally 8 hours straight. There is no in between. Occasionally I do watch you. I mean, I occasionally appear in your chat, so, you know, it's a decent indication that I watch you. Probably not as regular as you probably watch me more regular than I watch you, but, you know, I make occasionally an appearance. But yeah, what on about? Yeah, I can watch clips. Yes, that's what we talked about. Oh yeah, I'm out of topic. I don't know where to go. I guess we're gonna go over to what I've been doing off stream. Yeah, making progress on my Arch install. I mean, the software is installed. Just about TikTok user. Thank you for supplying me a new topic. Yeah, I don't watch TikTok, so I don't know. I don't use it. I occasionally watch YouTube Shorts, but it's mainly because when I browse, when I'm watching like the thing is, my attention span is a bit like not great in the sense that like. I don't watch YouTube videos often full screen on my phone. I regularly be scrolling through the recommended videos while watching a video. And the fact that you can just press on a short and then it will just briefly pause the playback of your current video and you just watch the short briefly and then be back is pretty neat. And this is why I watch shorts mainly. But I otherwise just it's bad things on this, yeah. But yeah, but I otherwise don't really watch them. Like I go if short interests me that I see on my feed, I press on it, I watch it, and then I go back out of the thing. I don't scroll up and down. It is really annoying when it automatically tries to do that. Like, stop. I am not interested. Usually because the next thing it brings me to is utter fucking garbage and I'm not interested. I pressed this one because this topic and this piece of content sort of interested me. I'm not interested in the other garbage algorithm as I actually vomited up there. But yeah, I have a lot of because of me scrolling through recommended while watching videos, I oftentimes end up with a massive backlog on my watch later. I think I'm at over 40 videos right now still. I'm trying to squash it back down. I was briefly this week down to in the 20s. But it's exploded again, so that's fun. So don't watch any short video, it's bad for anxiety. I don't know. I don't know how it's gonna cause anxiety. It diminishes the attention span. The worst part, it gets worse for me, is like when I'm on my PC. The amount of tabs I have open, regularly multiple YouTube videos, sometimes replaying them at the same time. Yeah, that gets very quickly out of hand. That's some. As much as I call usually the super, be like, hope the old man, and like, I do definitely have some sumo tendencies. There's no denying around it. And my issue to like my scatterbrainness and just lack of focus at times is really some issue. Where just like I'm easily distractible, easily just. Am I your favorite sumo? Perhaps. But yeah, I do act sometimes like the old guy and like. And it's like, well, am I really that different? Sometimes I'm not, sometimes I am because I'm weird. And not because I'm old or younger. I take that as a yes. Yeah, I think yes. Oh, well, that's a GT4 Qualy guy. But yeah, to circle actually back to what I started before we got into short form content. I've been making slow progress on working with my Arch install. I should have actually referred to it as a Linux install before I actually come across as an Arch user. Because I've genuinely now really fallen into the stereotype of saying that I use Arch, by the way. It's become a real fucking thing. It's... Yeah, I didn't plan for this, but it's like, hey, I'm using this thing, it's kind of funny. I torture myself, you know? I mean... How old is Jordan? 21? You're definitely younger, I know, than me. 21, 22, something like that. You play solitaire. But yeah, Jordan is 20-something. Yeah, he's definitely classified as a surmer. I'm sort of... Here's that Louis thought. I'm with my 25 sort of in the in-between area where like some people define anyone born after 96 as a sumo. Some are like you need to be born in the 2000s. So depending on how you define this, I fall into sumo or millennial. It's really like I'm a sumillion. I've come up with a new term. I'm referring to myself as a sumillion. Same birthday as me. I think you're not the first one who actually has the same birthday as someone else. He's only 1 year older than me. Yeah. Oh gosh, this is getting funny. Civilianists. What are you, The Sims? Oh. Probably not, but it's goddamn hilarious, I just think. But yeah, on the Arch topic, on the Linux topic, to circle back to it. I mean, I can actually boot into it and actually play games. Done that last night with some friends. But they're actually defined last night. We're in the early morning of Sunday right now. I'm saying Friday evening and night. Played some Deep Rock with them. It works great actually for gaming, but like if you are trying to like do other things a bit with it that aren't software development, you start to run into certain problems that are interesting. I mean, Arch specifically has issues with OBS. I didn't check actually if the OBS Studio has at least the WebSocket installed, because for some reason Arch is the only distro and the only package in general of OBS that doesn't include the browser source. Because they have a stick up their ass and think that this is, because it's not in the main repo, they don't need to include it. They are utterly morons about this, and they need to finally get with the times and include it. And if you're trying to install another version, because there are other packages of OBS that include the browser source that are on the Arch user repository, but you have to compile them yourself, and it's just like, no. They are utter pain to deal. Like, okay, doing a plugin also is like not the worst, but like the build requirements on OBS are just include other other AUR repositories, and it's just like, okay, this is gonna get very quickly out of hand, and I'm just gonna let this happen. I did just install the there is an AUR package for the that is the OBS Linux browser, and while that isn't maintained actively anymore, it still works, so I just like, yeah, I just put that in, and that's gonna do fine enough. Oh no. Listen, I drove the same car on... I drove the same car on Thursday. I've been driving this car for the past month. Wherever I drive the McLaren, I've been driving this livery. For the past month. This is kind of like not news. Yeah, but like, it is, both you and B-Lib are like, oh, I just realized what you're driving, and it's like, my brother in Christ, it is on the thumbnail. I put the livery on the thumbnail. That hates this livery. Does his name start with an L and ends with Muniel? Because I did intend this livery to run in the SimGrid event, but Loic was like, why the heck are you running a meme livery, and especially one with this sort of a meme? Like, he had a mental breakdown on Friday, and like, I understand him. We've sorted things out, we've ran a proper livery, everything is fine, but like, he didn't realize that I was about to do this, even though there were multiple times I've like basically said this is what's gonna happen, and delivery was shown and everything. But only after the logos were applied, delivery was submitted, and I had time to finally capture some screenshots of it running, did this entire thing blow up on Friday. I mean, this is the plain version that is in the photographs channel and on Twitter. This is not the version with all the SimGrid logos obviously on it, because there's no point in it, because we're not driving in a SimGrid event and we're not needing to have those icons on there. And I'm not paid by these people, so I'm not putting their logos on there. So we're running relatively plain, there's no Iris logos on there. And the entries referred to as cute and funny racing. I think racing, or just cute and funny. And nothing with Team Iris. This is in contrast to my Maserati livery with Bishoujo's... what is her name again? Nazuna. Because that is would be the Bishoujo Flat Out Racing by Iris car. So Iris is still in the name and has a few logos on that car. But this is what this thing, and holy moly. Yeah, some people are just not the appreciative of the cute and funny, I will just say. I remember the Maserati. Well, have you actually seen the livery? Because, oh yeah, right, you have seen the livery because you were the commentator on that event, yes. And one day I will actually remember that. It's midnight and I'm EP. How can you guys have so much energy at 3-4 AM? Yeah. How much energy? As I said, I've slept already 3 hours. This helps a lot. I spent a few hours sleeping already, so, you know. You might be questioning, how the hell are you more awake after sleeping only so short? And it's like, listen, I can sleep for an hour and feel revitalized. That's a thing. But, holy shit, I usually crash hard afterwards. The guy will get very sleepy very quickly again. Like, if necessary, I can get out of bed in like a matter of like seconds and be ready to go. But I usually become very sleepy after a few hours afterwards. But yeah, I mean, I've been this week there. I went, I think it was Wednesday. I went to bed at like 7 PM and slept through till 8 in the morning. When my alarm goes to get up. Okay, so yeah. But otherwise, you just fuck up your sleep schedule and you sort of get there. I mean, I did the first round of this championship specifically without sleeping between the V-Track race and this race. I didn't sleep between the two. Like, it wasn't at some point worth it anymore to go to bed, and so I just... And that was also, the first round was also a 3-hour race, and that became a bit of a challenge towards the end, to just stay awake. I was definitely slightly delirious towards the end of that race. I mean... This doesn't affect me. I mean... I have done a 24-hour race solo, so
Car on the left. Clear on the
you
left.
know. I was very delirious about 6 hours into that one because I didn't have much sleep the night before. And I was already awake when the race started for... At race start I was, I think, already awake for like 6-7 hours. I went to bed like after 30 hours or so. Being awake, but like... For me, in part, obviously, during driving, adrenaline helped, specifically, obviously. But what also really helped in that case was, as I said, I had issues with getting sleepy about 6 hours in. And I finally fixed the issue by opening the window, which cooled the room enough that my body was like, okay, I'm not going to sleep, this is not comfortable enough. But before that I had a couple of crashes into the wall due to me phasing out. It isn't funny when this happens. I've had this actually happen on the road before with me. And it's like, this can happen even if I have sufficient amount of sleep. It's just if my brain doesn't get enough stimulants, sometimes it decides that you're just gonna get set to sleep. It's freaking so
Clear on the right.
yeah, I don't drink enough caffeine to actually really know. I mean, I actually used an old bottle of Coke that I had laying around still. And I actually got like a new crate of that stuff recently. Yeah, I don't drink enough of it anymore. It's really, for me, even worth at times buying any. But yeah, it doesn't... I don't think it did much. Like, the main thing that helped was just opening the window and getting a breeze to go through my room, so it kept it a bit fresher. It was relatively warm for January when I did the race, so that made it halfway reasonable to do. Unfortunately, the point when I actually fixed the problem is not captured on stream because freaking YouTube bugged out when I switched from part 1 to part 2. So about 8 hours of VOD are just lost. Never streamed because the YouTube bugged out. It didn't go live on that one. It's really annoying that happens. Otherwise, the full VOD is still up on my channel. Of the first part, where you start having me completely phase out towards the end, and then it goes into second part, into the third part where to do my Duolingo lessons. Oh no, and now your family is dead. What have you done? I mean, it's at least Duolingo. They just kill your family. They don't eat it. Compared to a certain pair of siblings. If you know what I mean. The weirdest thing is actually the abbreviation of that of the name of that game. Like, people just, it's a lot of words. I know that makes sense to abbreviate, but like, it becomes very weird when you just take the first letter of every word. It becomes a very weird abbreviation. And we're well past the halfway point. Actually, they did their pit stop very late. They got even halfway with a full fuel tank. I don't think I would be able to. Yeah, my fuel predictor says that I need to add about 94 liters. with some safety margin. I mean, we do have to do another fuel stop, so I don't actually need to add safety margin. I just need to take about 95 liters, and then we can take any safety margin on the next stop anyway. Have we actually applied the tire pressures? I was pretty sure I applied the tire pressures. I'm not sure those are actually my tire pressures. Those numbers don't look right. But I can't change them anymore. I can't see them obviously my tire pressures originally anymore. What I had on the setup originally. Hello, car. Jesus Christ, sometimes the tires just utterly don't want to stick. Right, but we do need to increase the pressures. This is not gonna do it. Let's go 0.7 up. Just in case these pressures are too low compared to what actually I'm running. Need to be further increased. And we need to also turn the fuel amount we need up. So I want to take 95 to get to just shy of getting to the end. I mean, just enough technically to get to the end, but like probably not quite. I don't know. Have to see. Hi Greg, how are you doing? I watched the official broadcast of the track GT race and saw you finished P13 in that one. I mean, decent job compared to poor Kai who collected the drive-through very early on. I mean, I hadn't turned into the stream yet when he collected it, but like I turned it at about 47 minutes remaining still, and he had already done the drive-through. How's the race going? Well, we're winning. We're winning by a mile, basically. Yeah, they played ping pong with me. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what's going really on today. Jimmy did stay in the car during the 3 incidents from P13 to P13, so I'm happy. Yeah, I mean, I thought your race went pretty decently. I didn't know where you started, but like, so you occasionally. Oh yeah, you did get unlucky on the pit cycle. I saw that on stream. Because the front runners had pitted already and you hadn't, and it was just over halfway, so it was not completely normal for you to not have pitted quite yet. But they came out right with you, so you were right in the middle of the front runners with fresh tires fighting each other, and it just became very messy very quickly for you. I mean, front runners in quotation marks. They weren't Ruby Acosta, but like the people fighting for like top 8 or so that were suddenly fighting you for on-track position. I think it's a decent point at this point to come in and do the stop. Because we're basically, I mean, I have technically another lap of fuel, but let's not do that. Let's just come in, do the second pit stop, have another pit stop after that. Oh, that's a decent recovery drive, I guess then. What's about that is, Yeah, that also sucks, but that's the part that I didn't see because I hadn't turned in yet. Yeah, I don't know how Polo did collect so many track codes to get a drive through that early on. I mean, how did you do with the track limits on the track? I mean, they're not too terrible. This isn't Kota, but like it's also kind of like Misano in the sense like you can abuse the track limits, but if you push it a bit too far, the game will very much start bonking you pretty hard for it. And there's runoff for days, so it's very easy to start abusing it a bit more than a bit too much. Oh, a bit undershoot. He did the first. I think he only... Did he do multiple drive-thrus in the race? I think he only did one. He still ended up finishing like 8th or so. Although he did end up a lap down at the end. Yeah, that wasn't his day, and he probably hopes to not quite have such a bad day when he... next week when we're driving V-Track. Actually, come to think of it, V-Track, if we get into the SOP event next week, it's gonna get interesting with me running V-Track. Actually, Jordan, if you're still around, probably not, you haven't sent anything in, but did Loic tell you about the 6-hour event, not 24-hour race next week? Because you have been asking about it, but like, Loic had checked the lineup for that, and was like, yeah, but we're not gonna run with Louise. So we went back down to 3 drivers, and he asked me if we want to add you. So the question is if he's actually told you about that. Because I said, yeah, I guess we could add you. I mean, I'm not too sure if even the silver field we might get our balls still crushed. But like, otherwise we could technically run you for a 24-hour race. That would be teaming up with Chris and who's the last one? Chris, me, and is Yura in the lineup? I'm not sure. I don't think Yura is on the lineup. Would have to check. Right now, I haven't done it so far. I think it was David perhaps is on the lineup. Is the third driver on the lineup right now. So remove Louise now. The thing is, we're still obviously on the reserve list. We will know by Thursday probably if we get in, because they did say that by Thursday they will lock the driver lineup, so you can't change your lineup anymore at that point. So at that point, I think they're gonna also just decide to lock if people can move off the reserve list up into the race list. Although obviously on race day that could still happen, but I think it's a good point then to just like, if we're still not in, to perhaps call it at that point. Although we can obviously still decide that. But if we're not in by Thursday, then it's not looking too bright. But yeah, the issue will be with that is it runs next week obviously, and that means it runs during V-Track. So that's fun. Also for the other drivers, it's for at least Chris it's fun because VGTR, the first round of that championship, runs on Sunday. I'm not on the lineup for that race, so... But they might have to figure something out too. Because I think that race starts before the 24-hour race finishes. Fun stuff, I would have to check the calendar for it. Again, right. Yeah, let's do a review, Greg. Yeah. you don't like to push the limits. I'm slow, but corner cuts, etc. But you don't get corner cuts. Thanks to everything that happened, I got some great overtakes and enjoyed the Lambo. Okay, was this your first race with the Lambo? I mean, also was this your first race in the track GT championship? Because oh yeah, B-Lip, just as a reminder, anybody who uses EP is a bottom. Just remember that. And good night. Right, I am a bottom. Okay. Good night. Not even tries to claim to be a Switch, I see. Okay, right. But yeah, Greg, as I asked, was this your first run with the Lambo, or was this even your first run in the track GT, or have you run third race in track GT? But I used the McLaren, and yeah, it was the first one in the Italian Beast. So, do you think you like the Lambo more than the McLaren? And what is your opinion of driving both of them? Because yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but you were actually not there when I mentioned this. Like, I'm obviously thinking of next season for V-Track, or perhaps Track GT, whatever I'm gonna run. Probably V-Track again. What car to run? It's like, I mean, I love the McLaren. We did talk a bit about the 296, that I'm not the biggest fan of that car. I mean, if the Lexus gets BOP'd, I could run that, but like, also I don't want John to actually quit sim racing, because he's probably gonna go Lexus, and if I completely and utterly demolish him with that car, that's not gonna end well for him. I'm thinking a bit of the NSX or the Lambo. Like, both of them sound kind of like a decent idea. But just have something I just feel I fell in love with. Okay. I think it's the last time I drove the Lambo. Was it the last time I drove the Lambo, or was there a time in between? But I definitely know that when I ran a Lambo race, and a race with the Lambo, and it's like, it was with the old Evo 1 Lambo, and it was when not even the Evo 2 Audi was out yet, so it's a bit ago. I did test the Audi beforehand a bit, and like, I didn't like the Audi because it had some stability problems, and then like, well yeah, the Lambo is a lot more stable. But I did end up not driving those because I actually I tested them at the Nürburgring, and for that specific 3-hour race ended up driving the Porsche 991-2. That's a legendary drive on its own right. We're not gonna get too much into that one. It's because I don't want to get sidetracked. Anyway, I did run the Lambo then for another race, and yeah, it started to develop the same handling characteristic as the Audi. So it's not great. It's weird oversteer that it produces, which is kind of like the issue I have with the 296, but the 296 actually stays stable. The Lambo actually, the Audi's just the Audi's right, because the Lambo is an Audi. Yes, technically, kind of, because they have both the same engine. And the only real difference is like the wheelbase and the body shell is a bit different. But they are lots more similar than they probably ought to be. Yeah, but I think I might be just trying to reinvent the wheel, but it's also like sort of a problem. I mean, the Vantage would also be an interesting pick. I didn't quite like it when I once drove it at what was it? Monza, because the brakes were shit. But otherwise, it is perhaps a decent car to try out. I mean, 992 is also obviously a relatively interesting car to pick, but like that will require me to do a lot of setup work to get the car right. That's what I've always warned. And you've been there when Yuki had his effectively meltdown. Not really meltdown, but just like quest through depression due to driving the 992. Like, yeah, that thing, if it's not properly set up and you're not driving it in the right window, it will just crush you alive. It has a shark fin, so it solved me instantly. Yeah. The addition of the scoop and the shark fin make the Lambo kinda look way better than before. Great. Awesome. Whatever, we're gonna just let him pass here. Not fighting him up the hill here. That's not gonna win me anything. Single car on the Lambo was the best. Okay. Well, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I've actually tried the Evo 2 Audi after 1.9 came out. Actually, just before even. I tried actually to commit to that car effectively around the time 1.9 came out, and it's just like, yeah, that didn't work. I mean, I did drive it in the time period when 1.9 was broken and the tire wear was too high. But I did enter it here, specifically at Spa, into a 1-hour race, and I got so crushed by that. It wasn't even reasonable at all. Like, there's no comparison. Like, it was awful, dreadful, completely just terrible. My lap times were, by the way, 2-minute 21s or something. Like, I struggled to stay a sub 2-minute 21. Although, yeah, the tire wear was terrible, so you know that didn't help. But I think I didn't even get my fastest lap sub 20. And then in comparison with the McLaren, I do here easily. I can peak easily into the 18s on race pace. And the Audi should do reasonably well on this track. It's just, I don't know. I even drove, prior to 1.9, I drove here the Evo 1 Audi when the Evo 2 was already out, and had a decent race with it. It just suffered from issues up the hill, where every single lap I was holding on for dear life to not die because the car was so unstable through over Radeon. And unfortunately on the last lap I spun in that race. I avoided the wall, but I spun and lost position. Although I did get one of the positions actually back before the end of the lap again. But still, and I made it gay. Yeah, that was the first thing I had in mind. Let's make the shark fin a rainbow. I have to admit I didn't even notice that a rainbow although. Because I did see it on stream and I saw that you put the other UK racing members onto the side of the car. I did notice that, but I didn't notice the shark fin colors. I'm sorry. But yes, a shark fin with rainbow colors. Sure. Next up, we're gonna just make it an IKEA car with below high advertisement on the side. I'm always with the boys. They've only done so far one pit stop, but I'm already like catching up to past them.
Faster car is approaching.
Like I have a full pit stop on them, and I'm about to run them down for position. And retake the lead.
Car on the right.
Yeah, they're staying out. It's the first time we've seen our opponent actually this entire race since the start of the race. They're driving down the straight right now. In their pink Mercedes. At least that's easy to spot. Although I usually call dibs on the color pink for my cars. Kind of. I mean, Irish color is purple, so... But when I'm running myself, I'm often like white with pink as the secondary color. So quite sizable areas of the car are pink, but like not the entire thing. I really like how my like femboy color scheme, because I literally label some of these cars femboy racing, work out on the how these colors work out on the M2 Cup car. Need to do more racing with that thing if I have time. You need to add the shark to the car. Yeah, I'm suggesting to make an entire like IKEA livery for the McLaren. Not McLaren, sorry. What the hell am I talking about? For the Lambo. Just a yellow car with like IKEA logos onto it. It's the guy color. Well, but we were first with the color purple. Honestly, there's quite a few that actually run the color purple teams. I mean, in the VCO playoff that we raced in, Own It, I think, ran purple to some extent. There's a few others that like run colors in that range. Pink is rarer, but SOP obviously has pink in their logo. So I think they ran. I don't know if there was an SOP car on the race, but like I think SOP is relatively pink heavy as well. Are we gonna actually have an on-track fight here for position, or is he gonna pit before I get to him? I mean, he should have enough fuel to actually run till the end of the race. He just has to do 2 more mandatory stops due to the rules. Because some shades of purple just look great. Like I have chrome purple on the car. I really love that color. Chrome purple can look interesting. Ooh, there's the Lambo.
Clear on the right.
I mean, the shark fin isn't too large, but like it connects to the rear wing. Wait, what other cars are actually in this game still at this point? We've talked about Advantage, we've talked about the NSX, the Lexus. Well, the Nissan exists, but like I think even if you remove 40 kilograms of the thing, it's not gonna become competitive. The Bentley is just like, you know, even if they make it competitive, I have so much PTSD from this thing, I'm not gonna drive it again. I mean, it's not the worst thing ever to be put on asphalt, and if you make it competitive, it's sort of interesting. But it's also like, I hate the traction control system on the damn thing. It's like, it either cuts your entire throttle off completely and you have nothing out of a corner, or you you feed it precisely the amount of throttle it needs and you go 1% over and the car just goes suddenly 45 degrees sideways. Like, sure, you're not gonna bin it, the car isn't gonna actually completely murder you, but you're still gonna lose like half a second. So it's like, it just sucks at that point. You lose a lot of lap time and it's just, you don't, it's pain at that point. Yeah. Damn phone runs again. Who's calling you at 3 in the morning? Or is it just notifications? Not enough. Can't read the word behind enough. Couple up, but like not enough space probably or something. Made the sides and the bump on top of a rainbow. Yeah. It's GT3 in front. I mean, we only have 3 GT4 cars in this race, so it's not like... The GT3 grid, despite everything, stayed relatively healthy for the championship. And I mean, we also retained a decent amount of GT4s throughout it. Although we did lose the Alpines at some point. I think they didn't really make it past round 2. I mean, the official broadcast didn't make it past round 2, so that's also fun. Not enough rainbow, I see. Ah, yeah, not enough. So I made the entire sides. I see. Okay. Oh yeah, we're in the last hour of the race, I've just noticed, because I was like, wait a second, there's some GT3 cars that have already done all pit stops. And then I'm like, oh yeah, right, we're all in the last hours, they can actually get to the end at this point. I mean, I have enough fuel to get to the end, but like, I pitted about my second stop with about, what, an hour 20 remaining? And I'm a GT4, so I have better fuel mileage than them. I mean, I've seen this purple. God, drive by me a few times. Fucking hell. He just stopped on the apex there completely. And it's like, I don't want to murder another car.
Faster car coming up behind you.
I don't know if I don't want McLaren, but after I saw almost everyone having some sort of LGBT thing on their car, I was like, okay, I don't need to hide myself. Look, you can put rainbow flags on cars running in any community. I don't think you're gonna get clapped for that, or even looked at kind of even weird at all. I had a brief stint in New Motion Racing. I've left the team actually more or less recently, but last year I drove briefly with that team because Team Iris wasn't yet doing ACC stuff really, so I was just like, hey, I mean this team searches for drivers, so like I guess I'm gonna drive for them for a bit. And a lot of the events I ran in, they had already like a McLaren livery and had a rainbow flag on top of it. That was the old 720S, not the Evo version. And we didn't do particularly too hot in the race. It was a spa race, we didn't have pace. That's the end of it. Yeah, you can get away with those everywhere. Nobody's gonna judge you. I mean, the only person that might judge you is actually me for it. Because I have the balls to actually judge people for this. And be like, you know, it's... And he decides to come in. Oh well, I could also do my pit stop just to come out, but like he probably does a full service because he still needs to swap to his teammate, so it's like, this is done. I would have liked to see him drive a bit longer so I can, you know, actually fight them. But well, we're not gonna get a fight then, I guess. We're gonna just finish the race and then get on with it. But yeah, I don't personally put any of it in my car. Don't really intend to. I feel it's a bit out of place for me to put it on, I guess. I mean, I understand people to use it. It's just, I feel like it's a cause that has. It's just, I don't know, an easy. Like, oh, I support the LGBT. It's like, yes, thank you. We expected you to be a standard, normal, decent human being. I know it's a high expectation these days. Most people are not normal, decent human beings. That's all. I mean, I'm gambling like a bunch of shit with this livery that I'm running. Because what if people know? That was sort of the issue with Loic, because he actually, once it was presented as the esports livery, he was just like, no, we're not doing this shit. Especially as I seem to be in Team Iris in the minority of the opinion that Loicon is not. It's just drawings. Loicon is just drawings and nothing major. The only reason I can stay is because I can very much make a good claim that this is all in good gist. I think he only did a fuel stop because he's not that far back. Probably did a splash and go. Right. Let's perhaps get to a different topic before it gets way too awkward. Because I'm making an utter fool of myself explaining something here. Probably want a bit more fuel just as reserve, because I'm currently have only like a liter extra. Although I do have to do the pit stop, so that's gonna probably help. Well, about 3 liters per lap. Well, let's take a full lap of extra. Although, I mean, if you take more, I'm gonna be guaranteed to suck out behind them, so...
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Hello there! Would you kindly, like, not completely chop across me like this? Jesus. I know my race isn't particularly decisive at this point anymore, but, like... yeah, I have basically won the race. Because if we take a bit more fuel, we're gonna lose more time. Pit stop, which obviously helps our opponent. Nah, let's just take 8. 8 liters extra, I mean, probably 9 liters extra. Plus, if we lose the ability to do an extra lap that it currently calculates me doing, due to being in the pit lane, it will likely result in like over 12 liters extra. Faster, it was the best. Just doing laps and studying replays or coaching, what do you think? Oh boy. You're asking a question that I've asked myself quite a few times, and I honestly do not have the answer, unfortunately. Let's just do our pit stop briefly. Doing laps or studying replays or just coaching. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely considered actually paying to get some coaching. Like, I might be an alien to you, but like, I'm not that fast really. I'm like, it's just I think about doing that. Because I think I'm going about as fast as I think currently I can get to. But on the other hand, I don't do much practice ever. I don't do much practice, I turn up to my races and run them. But on the other hand, like, even if I do practice, I don't get fast at all. I'm just stuck, effectively. With whatever pace I have. The issue for, like, I've definitely noticed if, like, I think Jordan and Yuki is that those guys lack consistency. Probably you do too. And there goes the Merc. But yeah, he did a short stop as well. So maybe his teammate isn't driving today, but he is on the entry list. Come on, it's getting frustrating. Yeah. Kinda get you, I mean. There's the infamous Misano stream I did of me practicing Misano prior to the Trackalicious round there. It's probably over a month ago at this point, quite a bit. Maybe even 2. And I just go insane as I drive one setup after another and try changes, and I always end up at the exact same fucking lap times. It is cursed, to say the least, that was. I just couldn't go faster, and like, I mean, for you it looked like a decent pace probably, but like, it's just, there isn't much for me left. If I look at, it's like, oh yeah, I don't really check my replays, I don't check my telemetry, so I look at those things and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm using the full width of the track. Literally and figuratively. How the hell are my opponents like a second or 2 faster than me? Where are they doing? We're driving the exact same lines. Like, I would have to do a side-by-side picture comparison to like notice any difference. This is sort of the margins we're operating on. I drive one of the things I noticed specifically for Bathurst also, I drove on top of the... We drive at such fine margins into corner entries where we're using not just every centimeter of the track, every millimeter. We're like, the edge of our outside tires are touching the grass. We're driving on top of the white line into the corners, and like the edge of the tire is touching the grass. This is, to be able to do that consistently is, once you get to that, that's basically a lot where midfielders of the V-Track are losing their time. It's just, you aren't driving consistently the same line for every corner. And this is part of the problem that, like, irrelevant of what setup you bring, especially if you bring a more unstable esports-like setup, you will suffer greatly, because if you bring inconsistency into those setups, those cars are set up for very tight operating range. You will just get murdered likely by that. You're likely, with a more conservative setup that is more stable, gonna have a better time. I don't mean understeer, I mean stability. A setup that, in case it goes sideways, can actually be still recovered. That is why also the decision, the thought of Yuki going to Porsche is probably... it scares me a lot, because that thing is just gonna utterly demolish him. Like top 5 in consistency. I don't like the consistency rating really. Well, on the other hand, I haven't seen too much of your driving, so it's like there's that. I've seen quite a bit of Jordan drive because I've done enduros with him. And it's been noticeable that he approaches corners 2 laps apart with like... you could put a car width in between his lines, basically. That's at times like how bad it is. And like, I feel like I'm inconsistent. I'm in for this. I feel like I'm the man of like 1,000 lines for every corner. But that's because I compete against people who are like, drive the same esports line every single freaking lap. And I compete against these because, in case there is anything that goes wrong, like their tires wear a bit faster than they expect, or there's rain, they are utterly fucked. While I, who's slightly inconsistent, is like, okay, I'm gonna just try slightly adapt my line. Like, the car isn't turning as much as I used to, well, I can still recover this thing before I hit the wall. And these people just lose it completely and fly off into the scenery. They can't handle something like that. And this is what like makes me like quite a difficult opponent to fight. Especially when you're like, if you can't match my pace, you like have not really a chance against me. This is what Polukai effectively has to struggle against. Like, he's genuinely not that far off me in pace, but like, he will not be free, even if he could like get as fast as me. To beat me is a big ask. Rescale is probably very similar in that sense to me, but he's likely a bit more error prone than me. Maybe 1 or 2 134s, but I can hold my times. Not sprints. Yeah, the thing is, with actually consistency, is like, as I said, I feel like I'm inconsistent, but the thing is, if you're faster for one corner, if you can inconsistently produce a consistent lap time. That's the weird thing. You can like gain 2/10 in one corner and then lose it in the next corner. This car is a prime example of probably this, because you can very easily do this with this car, because you can't push it really. You can easily overdrive this machinery and it will result in you randomly losing time effectively. Like, it's not hard to drive this thing, but like, it is very difficult to maximize. Oh, come on, stop fucking disappearing into the pit lane. I just wanted to fight you. Come on. I literally did my pit stop early just so I can actually have a race. I know I'm faster, but like, still, please. It's 2.5 hours. I'm starting to get bored.
Clear on the left.
Well, yeah. And it's like also difficult for me to like explain how to maximize pace for people. As I said, I struggle already usually with just like, yeah, if I look at some crazy alien hot lap video, which is like, if I say I struggle with pace ever, to like, he will immediately send me something like that. Like, his default response to like, you have pace issues, is just send hot lap video from some alien. And it's like, yes, and I look at his lines and it's like, yes, the racing lines are made out of racing line. And even if I look at someone who's like 1 to 2 seconds slower than me, over a race distance, if I analyze their replay, I can probably tell why they're losing to me, because they will likely just have inconsistencies in their lines. But if I look at a single hot lap and compare those, I will likely not be able to tell why somebody's 2 seconds per lap faster than the other one. Because it's like, yes, I mean, he's not 200% of basically driving off the circuit there to maximize the track space and the entry, but like, that shouldn't make this much of a difference, right? And it's just, I don't know. I like my consistency in target. It's got P9 code, so yeah, consistency is always good, and it's
Car on the left.
with I maximize. It's just obviously due to my performance in V-Track, I'm known for my pace, but when rather I usually win and succeed due to consistency. I mean, I have a massive streak of run-up position. I have a massive streak of run-up positions in a lot of championships, just due to the fact that I have consistency. I can't quite win at times, but like, I can just score enough points and make my way towards the front due to not crashing, to just get into a run-up position. It's not quite enough to beat the fastest, but like,
Clear on the left.
now I want to get faster. Oh god. Not again, a GT3 spins out in front of me. This is the second time this happened this race. Last time it was an Audi. Last time it was an Audi that lost it. Giving me heart attacks here. No, you're not getting let through this corner after you basically nearly murdered me there.
Car on the right.
But you can pass me here.
Clear on the right.
Because this is great, but consistently slow isn't fun. Yes. Yes. I do get that very much. This is as I wanted to say before I derailed myself and then just not got around due to the smoke spinning in front of me. issue that makes what do I want to say? Yeah, I mean there is. You can look at Motec. Motec is quite good for like actually comparing lap times because you can look at the delta and actually see where somebody gets faster or slower than the other one. That does actually work with Motec. It's probably the better feature of it than all the data logging, because a lot of that data is just white noise. A lot of it's just, you don't really need it. Speed is kind of useful because where I'm likely to lose speed is just I'm mid-corner slower than the aliens. They carry somehow more speed, and for me it feels like I'm driving already at the limit of what the car will give me in terms of grip, but they seemingly just have super glue on their tires and they can just stay in the corners better. It very much feels like I just have less grippy tires than my opponents when I'm up against like the really fast people. That's for me a thing, but like obviously deltas are usually when you're practicing really useful already, but you're obviously only then comparing to yourself and likely towards a lap in the session and not like your overall best, which is always a bit of an issue. There is tooling I have from in SimHub that allows technically. I've spun my own delta calculator, part of my advanced scoring plugin that also does better gap calculations, although you don't see it on the leaderboard. Doesn't use them. I might at some point implement it, that they both can talk with each other to get the more accurate gap calculation, which would be a lot greater, honestly, for the stream. I feel like the stream could benefit from this, but well, we're not doing that. We're not doing interconnectivity between these two plugins. What I am gonna do is, I think what it can do already is obviously calculate deltas, but what it can do is load a delta, export a delta, and then load it, send it to someone and load it as a target in there. That does work. The problem is, obviously you need to run SimHub, and when I presented this feature, gosh, I think like 1.5 years ago at this point, nearly, or a year, it resulted in people like, oh yeah, this is somewhat interesting, and then no one fucking cared about it and used it or at all. Like, just no one cares. If I upload this plugin probably to what is it called, race department, there will be people that use it, yes, I can guarantee, because there's a decent user base for my easy scoring and OBS connector plugins. Those two have a decent user base actually. But will this revolutionize a wave of people making websites to like data log deltas that you can then load into the plugin? No. No, that won't happen. I don't think even anybody would use it to share deltas. They will probably like save their own. Nobody's gonna actually send them to someone else. Unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. It's sad. Like, we're kind of just stuck with that problem. Like, part of the response is like, well, I mean, my PC isn't that good. It's like, what are you rolling at, like a 2013 i5 or something? I mean, I actually ran SimHub and Alphaxer 2 at the same time on such a CPU. But sure. On the other end, yes, I mean, you need to get best out of it, you need to probably pay for SimHub to unlock the full speed. I mean, €3 donation is enough for that, but I am thinking of actually redeveloping a tool similar to SimHub, because if I switch my racing activities over to Linux, SimHub would not run natively, obviously. I could attempt to get, will probably attempt similar to how I have attempted to get things like Vinian working on Linux, to attempt to run it in like Vine, but like I don't think I would. I feel like I want to escape effectively .NET. Like, SimHub is a incredible tool, but like it is pushing the limits of what .NET can do. It is really pushing it. .NET was in kind of not designed for what it is doing with it. Like, the garbage collector is running every single millisecond on, and you can see when you're doing performance testing, which I have done with my plugins, and with how the plugin system works with SimHub. It's like, the more plugins you add, the more likely you are that the update rate is not being able to run at the full update rate, because it will clog the update pipeline, because each plugin is run sequentially after the main data gathering from the game is done. It's not great.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Like, this is severe issues with SimHub in that essence. And you can see like massive like execution time spikes due to the garbage collector. So getting rid of the garbage collector is probably a decent goal. Although rewriting it in Rust is also its own fun topic. There's a lot of things SimHub does, and like replacing it is a mammoth project that is frankly kind of unobtainable due to the just vast array of games it supports, but kind of doable, and that's why I kind of think about doing it. I have half an idea of how to approach it, although there have been bigger projects that I have started that just never ended up finishing, like the remote save file manager that just kind of got stuck with a mediocre API implementation and a backend that frankly doesn't work. Because I over-engineered the shit out of the repository that actually stores the files. It's just over-engineered garbage that just causes massive issues. It's an interesting set of ideas for file compression and storing files sequentially, but like also like just fucking use Git and stop being an idiot. Right, if you know of Advin Law, he's kind of your pace. He is top 3 in the Jack GT, and I actually did beat him at Kota. Oh, that's cool. And only because I had 0 drivers and 0 spins. I guess he collected a few track cards there as the Sky car comes back by. But yeah, replacing SimHub is like in part an impossibility. I mean, it drives hardware, it has all the overlay engines, it's a massive thing. And just because and I mean, I rely with my plugins in large parts on SimHub's data on like, oh hey, where's the car around the track? Like, such simple questions, like percentage-wise how far is the car around the circuit, are just like become mammoth problems once you have to write them from scratch. I mean, sure, ACC provides this data, but what about other games? Damn, that Kota race went with 0 pace, ill, and mentally gone, and had the best race ever. Still don't know how. Sometimes those happen. Well, it was, I think, late 2021. I'm not sure. I don't think it was actually Rona that we came down with towards Christmas, but like I had 3 endurance races over the weekend, and like I been fucking ill, and like had constantly cough and everything, and just I still dragged myself to do 2 solo 4-hour races on Friday and Saturday, and then well, the Saturday race was late in the evening, and I had another Saturday 6-hour race where I drove 2 hours in that, and I did reasonably okay. It's just the 6-hour race didn't go too well because A, the competition was pretty tough, and B, my teammates, since I tried it was the Porsche at Paul Ricard, and I tried the car prior to getting sick, a week prior to the race, then got sick, obviously, so I was like, dragged myself into driving the damn thing, and they had in the meantime changed the setup and set the rear wing to 0. Yeah, this didn't go well. Like, I tried to drag the car around the circuit, but like it just wanted to murder me, and I think I spun like 3 or 4 times and lost quite a few positions before the end of the race. Crazy. Well, my voice was basically completely gone. Like, the words are still there. I think it was when I had my V2 mod like relatively fresh at the time. Like, my voice was gone. And I was... Man, do I have my V2 mod for nearly 2 years at this point? I think I might. I might actually have it for nearly 2 years. But yeah, no, I think I didn't have my V2 mod all the time. I don't know, I can look at the VODs afterwards. But yeah, I was... Like, Jeff said that my voice sounds kinda cute. But it was like, I sounded very sick. I definitely sounded sick, and I was coughing regularly, but like, I dragged through it. I mean, I wasn't doing too bad. Oh, we're going to Monza? For V-Track is going well, Track GT is next week going to Monza, but like, in 2 weeks, but like, is Monza the V-Track calendar? I didn't notice. That's interesting. Didn't notice we were going Monza. That's going to be interesting how the McLaren does there. I mean, if actually my opponents turn up this time around. It's like, I mean, Alki might not collect as many cut trucks. But really, it's starting to be that the championship is starting to be tied up at this rate. I mean, Anderson still had a decent chance before she just missed Kyoto. Had just like cost her that chance. And Fulukai has had a decent run of like podiums, but like when I have 3 wins in this series, and yeah, you have a bit of an issue. After Monza is Spa, okay. Well, Spa is gonna be fun. Although I think at some point Spa sticks would go on my nerves as well because of how many times I drive it in the end. I mean, there's a few Spa races next month and then also in December, like 24-hour endurance. Include a 12-hour and I think 2 24-hour races. And a 10-hour race, I think. There's a couple of endurance. I've trimmed a bit it's the only one who don't have main outfit, so you cannot not start in Valencia, please. Listen, even if I skip Valencia, I would. Fuck, I still have so many wins that like it's just pointless. Also, I kinda wanna win championships, so it's just like. I understand you're suffering, but I'm different. Unfortunately, I have to act in my own interests. Also, team championship, while kind of also quite lopsided towards me, towards our team, it's still kind of open, sort of. I mean, us had a decent performance. Didn't she like finish 4th at Coda? I mean, she wasn't able to quite get into the podium because for Lukai obviously, and what's his name again? It's not Reska. God, I can't remember his name always. It's like I always think of Reska's name. His name is similar, but I just can't fucking remember it. Psycho Kaiser. Now I finally remembered. Psycho Kaiser, yeah. But those two locked in the podium fully out.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Sister in. I mean, it does suck for me, effectively, in essence, because it's like I'm sort of winning by default and can't actually like prove that I'm winning because people like Anderson, Reska, and Akitu are all having just such terrible attendance rates that they just end up becoming non-factors in the championship. And then we're also missing what is his name again? I looked it up recently. The guy that won last season. It's one of the Uma Motorsport drivers. Yeah, I couldn't actually show that I can beat him because Uma Motorsport obviously disappeared from V-Track, or at the time VTuber GT, because, well, attempted bribery is part of the reason. And while some people finished out the season but didn't commit the bribery, the team effectively then, due to not being able to race under the Uma Motorsport banner, had to disband. And not the team had to disband, they just went like, fuck it, we're not racing over here. Which is why our attendance has gone down massively, because a bunch of Chinese drivers are gone because they thought they could just buy the championship. And then ended up, well, not buying anything. Well, ended up just leaving, and we lost a bunch of good drivers. unfortunately, this way. And sometimes you just have to cut some scumbags out of the equation. I mean, at least the V-Track, the Track EU and VTuber GT split only cost us like 2 drivers, so that wasn't too much of a loss. Honestly, the 2 drivers we lost, well, I mean, I did have a good race with, oh, what was his name? He did run round 2. Ooh, he did run round 2 only of this season, but got into a bunch of accidents. But I did have a race at Solder last season with him. That was pretty decent from him. Yeah, he's a bit of value, I guess, lost, but like obviously the person that instigated the split, well, yeah, her being gone is definitely a case of nothing of value was lost. Like I joined it, started to fall apart. So, cause he joined Track EU then right when she had a meltdown, or is it dating back to when Midnight Hurricane had this tried to bribe back last season? Because you can definitely say that were 2 points where the championship took a massive hit. And there's arguably those 2. And funnily enough, the attempted bribery actually has had higher consequences than us having to rename the championship. But yeah, if you're referring to the VTuber GT and V-Track split, I'm terrible with names already. Recalling her name is quite difficult right now for me. But like, she ran effectively VTuber GT within Track EU, and then somehow had a falling out with the admin team over something. She flung and then just decided to split VTuber GT from Track EU, kind of. But obviously she didn't have a way of running championship, so just like basically suspended the championship. And while all of that went down, also then accused Track EU staff of doing inappropriate things. Like called them sexist and all of that, and transphobic and all of that shit. Like there was some stuff that went down, and I mean there is actually a bit of a summary on my Twitter, but like as I actually use my Twitter account somewhat, you can't even find that now because you would have to dig through it a bit. But yeah, I did post some screenshots and stuff of some tweets and responses. Like it was the most VTuber drama that ever happened. Like, you can't just run a VTuber championship without having fucking VTuber drama. Sort of a deal. And the main reaction was like, okay, like we don't believe what you're telling us and get lost. Well, the interaction underneath her tweets were a bit more in favor of her. Because I think she has a bit of a following. She's a bit more popular streamer than me. But otherwise, anybody who actually races just went like, nah, you're full of shit. And we're like, not interested really. It's just we had to effectively take a stance then because she made it about, she turned it into a split, and we were like, okay, we're gonna continue racing with Track EU. We don't care what the series is named. I mean, my position specifically was there's currently no VTuber, no championship that she's running. When she actually does something, I might consider joining that still, but like, I will continue driving the Track EU because I signed up for this championship. They continue to host it, so whatever. It's like, yeah, it's just. It was also like a kind of she was making drama out of the fact that after she split out, Track EU just went, okay, we're gonna continue running the championship you started. And she was like, no, they're stealing all my work, all the effort I put in. And I was like, no, like, they're picking up your slack. Like, yes, you started the championship, sure, but like, you left effectively a bunch of drivers stranded there, and Track EU just went, okay, fine, we're gonna continue running this championship. That's what because we organized it with you, so we're gonna just continue doing this. Let's hold them up again.
Clear on the right.
And don't let the drivers just completely stranded here without a championship. We're gonna continue hosting it. We're not stealing your freaking work. What did you really do to promote this thing? Like, people like Blanc probably did more promotion than you did for it.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Just because they didn't like just cancel the series. She acted like the idea of running a VTuber sim racing championship is like some sort of like original idea. But no, it isn't. Not in the slightest. No, it isn't. You can't be the only one who runs such a thing. Get over yourself, effectively. But Track EU handled it very maturely, and they did rename the series, but like, well, V-Track, I'm starting to get used to using that name instead of VTuber GT. We're getting there. Attendance wasn't great, but it wasn't at the beginning of the season, so you know, it's just, it is what it is, and we'll continue to chug on. And let's see what the future holds. And now I finally also remembered the name, and it's Radeon. That was her name. At least I know what happened there. Yeah. That was a bunch of bullshit drama. I mean, at least I can say I'm a true VTuber. I got involved in some unrelated drama without my own input. And could make a statement about it. Makes it extra like funny.
Right, man. Neither is on the final lap. Give it all you can.
Well, we have 2 laps probably to go because I don't think they're gonna catch us before the end. Yeah, 30 seconds back. I could wait. I have 70 seconds on P2, but like, nah, we're gonna get the extra lap in. We have enough fuel. Is she Italian by a chance? Yes, yes. She and her teammate was Italian. Are Italian, so she drove a Ferrari in the championship. Didn't do too well. She was about as fast as Mentrix. There was a bit of drama there at Kyalami, the last round she ran, where because she was so goddamn slow during qualifying, I think I started a lap like 3 seconds or so behind her. I don't have the exact measurement because my overlay on my stream bugged out, so even if I look at the VOD, like nothing, I can't have gaps, but like I was far behind her before I started the lap. And you have at Kyalami obviously you have the first few corners, and then you have the long right-hander, and long right-hander that leads into the left before you have the S's. And I already passed her on the exit of the left-hander before the S's. I ran around the outside of her effectively because she was just that slow. She lost like 3 seconds or so worth of time in like 2 corners. Actually 3, roughly. 3 or 4 corners. It's completely crazy. That is slow even on the Mentrix standards. Oh, makes sense now. We can be prima donnas sometimes. Aren't you like Eastern European? I thought. Or are you actually Italian? I thought you were Eastern European. There's multiple GT3s right now in front of me that have both drive-throughs. Half Czech, half Italian. I see. That makes good sense. Right. But yeah, she was very freaking slow in that qualifying, and she was like complaining about people passing her and like this is against the rules and stuff, and it's like, no, you're so slow that like people can start laps, have to start laps 10 seconds behind you to not pass you. Like just try, please. If you're that slow, you just have to just settle for the fact that like people will pass you, and it's like you're not gonna lose much time anyway. Yeah, I'm the last car actually in the race. Right now, it's coming up to finish the race. Everybody else has already finished. That's another victory. Despite GT3 cars literally trying to kill themselves in front of me. I can't open this menu so far. Because I want to wait for the session to cycle so I can check how the tires were still at the end of the race. I want to see that. We lost like 4 cars during the race. Actually, no, 5. Riese, Odiosity, Burakovsky, Brone, Manzu all retired. Monza and Brone actually did all mandatory pit stops. The other 3 actually didn't do any pit stops. And otherwise we had 12 GT3 cars finish. The top 6 are on the lead lap. And then the rest are only 1 lap down. And then I'm 6 laps down to the overall leader. Jimmy has obviously scored 1 lap down to me due to pit stop. And then Ruston lost another 2 laps on Jimmy. So, okay, so at least I caught some of your stream. Now I'm going to eat and have a good night. And see you at Watkins. Yeah, good luck at Watkins Glen. Hopefully the Janetta floats well. Yeah. If it rains, that's gonna get interesting. I have not driven the 570S in the wet, but I'm expecting it to not do too well, considering how its general handling characteristics with how it's heavy and just boaty in general. It doesn't do too well with... It doesn't have much agility, so it's not gonna do too well. On the other hand, if Sheep actually turns up, she has at least the functioning KTM crossbow there.
Green light. Go, go, go.
And Mentrix also, but like I don't know if they're gonna actually make anything of it. Set 1 was used for qualifying. I think set 3 is where I started the race on. Not actually that one down, I would say. Have showcase that on screen. Let me just briefly switch scenes. Oh, that's still the wrong one. Oh yeah, right. We used the VL jet capture, right? That's the trickery I'm using for this. Right. Okay, so the only tire sets were worn at all was tire set 1 probably was my quali run on. Tire sets 2 I know I finished the race on, so it must be tire set 3 that I started on, and the inside here down to 0.92, 0.984 here. There's a decent chunk of gap there that probably should be a bit less camber, I guess. But we ran very long on these tires, like over 90 minutes that the set went through, so a good camber trim in is really paying off there. I mean, if you look at the short run here in qualifying, there's like 10 minutes on the set. There's a bit of gap, but like not too badly. I mean, there is some... The rear tires are pretty decent. Front, kind of... yeah, they are... This could be better, but like not too terrible. This is what you sort of end up like 90 minutes running. It's also still okay-ish. But if you had a bit more camber, you would end up with these tires just being completely and utterly dead. I mean, the rear tires are at the replacement point. You under 1.5 you should replace them. Front tires, only the inside is under 1.5, so this is fine. Second tire set, yeah, is a lot better. Fronts are still very much alive. Rear's a bit more, it just dipped below recommended to change. But I don't remember when I quite pitted, about like an hour 15, hour 20 remaining, so they have only like 75 minutes or so on them. 75, 80, something like that. So they have a lot better chance of actually getting to the end. Right. But this makes 5 out of 5. We actually got 5 out of 5 wins. What time is it right now? 5:42 AM. Luckily we gain an hour tonight, so it makes it a bit more sleeping time. Without that it would be nearly 7 AM for me. So yeah. So it's just going towards 6 AM, which is not terrible, but not great either. Right, I did get recommended earlier an event by someone that I joined the channel. Someone doing. Oh yeah, we should probably switch the scenes back before I do some research on my browser. Not that I have too much bad stuff open right now, honestly. And Diane and Luke commented on my VCO run. Right, I did update these in the calendar already. Since when did that shown Lemuchen Racing? Why did I join these people? Must have been named something else. They only hosted ever one race. What was that? Spa? GT3 GT4 Multiclass Spa Champion. Ran in July. Why did I follow them? I'm quite confused. Oh, that's weird. Now we have track lists. Let's show more. What communities am I actually following? Can I? Oh, it's not listing all of them. It just cycles through all of them. I'm following. I guess if I go over to communities tab, I can see them all. The Coach Dave Academy, yeah, Tracklicious, Box, Soap, Toga, VGTR, PanAm, DC, Lightspeed Stampede. I think that's the community by what's his name again? Yeah, Andrena. Right, the guy that I just said commented on the other video. I think that is his. Even he unfortunately runs only on PlayStation, so yeah, not really. Sim6, it's the guys that I ran the GT4 series with. Track U, obviously, SimGrid, and Track Day Racing. There's also QLT Esports. I only ran like one championship with those guys. They have the 5 League Sim6 series. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so this is. I caught some of the streamers. I'm using the Merc. It should be mixed there. Will be there, not the whole race. That's something I learned while streaming, not to open my Twitter. Almost did that. Would be great. Debut getting banned. Yeah, I mean. I have a time bump on my channel right now, which is there's a VOD of a coding stream that is like 11 hours long, and I think in the first about 20 minutes or so about 10 minutes or so into the stream, I accidentally when I downloaded the newest version of SimHub, and that showed because I had default selected to save on my desktop, it showed the icons of one of the folders. It showed the one of the folders which were not on my main screen but on the second screen. But obviously when you have the folder view of the desktop, you gotta see all the folders. And it showed that there was a folder with certain content in it. And yeah, that is a time bomb. Unfortunately, I can't edit that stream because apparently to YouTube it's too long, so I can't edit it. But I can. I'm probably gonna have to download the stream at some point and to blur that section. I should have honestly at that point just cut the stream and start a new one so I can get rid of that part. But I just thought like, oh yeah, we're going to just edit that post, whatever. And then like turns out if you stream too long, YouTube doesn't allow you to edit your streams, which is like just pain. So yeah, that's fun. Also, I mean right now I switched over to using the downloads folder like You should. Except that my downloads folder now contains this stuff, so it's like, you know, great. But at least I know that I need to clean that folder before I stream. But yeah, what is this? It's GT3 Championship, okay, huh? It started back in September. Yeah, most of the rounds have been run at this point. Oh yeah, there was actually a race this evening. Round 7 out of 11. Runs up until 24th of November. Interesting, but we're not interested. I think I'm gonna unfollow those guys. Don't need their stuff, really. It's a Portuguese-based group on ACC PC. I was together. Racing is on Fridays, 11 PM. Yeah, they race late for me. I overslept one of the races because I went to bed briefly to get some rest prior to it. Which cost me the championship. Yeah, right, we cleaned out there a bit. What did we want to do again? What did I want to check on SimGrid? Let's do something. I forgot what I actually wanted to do. So yeah, now for real, good night. Okay, good night, man. I'm gonna wrap this up also soon. Let's exit ACC at this point. The new SteamVR overlay is this is a bit weird. It pops up. Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, these guys don't have much signups for the Monday Championship. Oh yeah, right, we wanted to go Trackalicious, right? We wanted to check that event out. And see if I'm gonna run that as well, so we'll get up to 4 races this weekend. God Christ. The Porsche Cup Support Series. Yes, that was the one that got recommended to me. Yes, it is. It's confused about time zones now. Oh yeah, it is it runs 0:30 now for me, I guess, but they might move the rounds as soon as the Americans move the timing again. Yeah, it starts then 1:30 AM for me. This round's gonna, however, be at that time. So yeah. I mean, it's relatively short. It's a 10-minute practice, 10-minute qualifying, and 35-minute race. So the schedule is very tight for this thing. I would like perhaps a bit more practice because I don't want to practice prior to the event, but I guess we're gonna have to deal with that. Also, actually, their 0:30 is their quali start. They start the race server 10 minutes earlier, and the briefing is another 5 minutes earlier in voice chat. So, so yeah, that's something. There's custom liveries, but I don't have a Porsche Cup car livery. What track are these guys racing on? Oh, poor Ricard. Oh, come on. There, at least it's not Misala, which was the previous track. But like Brands, it's a bit better. And then you have it's on the 6th. I don't know if I can run that. We have then what is that? That is Nürburgring then on the 13th. Yeah, I mean, they probably don't have a dropped score. Was a lot of race. No show penalties, none. Withdrawals allowed 8 in a 4-round championship. That's funny. My 77 is already claimed. God damn it. But there's only one 900 number used. Oh, that's a freaking war crime. Like, there's a Porsche Cup series. You're gonna have to use the 9er numbers. Team Iris, yes. I can sign up with the team. That's interesting. But yeah, we're gonna sign up with Team Iris. I'm Iris. Sent me a day before race starts, sent me an hour before race starts. Right. Because they allow withdrawals for more rounds, I can just, sign up for this one round and then just go. So, when you select that, it should notify you a day beforehand, and you sign up with less than a day to go for the next round, it will immediately notify you that the next round is starting soon. That is interesting. I thought it would just then skip the notification and just be like, okay, you probably know what you're doing. Although on the other hand, you can be signed up for events that you hadn't signed up into an event that you didn't technically sign up for. But I don't know if notifications are set per entry or per driver. In any case, things are set, and it's like. Oh yeah, I've signed up for a Porsche Cup series now in the night as well. Okay, fine. Cable, please let me reach over there to get my controllers, so we can wrap the stream up now. Yeah, it was a fun championship, but like, unfortunately, the attendance from just the GT4 grid was the entire time very small, so it just was a bit sad. My opponents oftentimes had issues, but like Jimmy usually made me actually work for my wins. Although that was definitely not the case tonight, and he did drive solo as well, so that's interesting. But yeah, this just didn't work today. There was a valiant effort, but like that just wasn't achieved today. They got utterly demolished by me. They did run the same strategy as me, they just pitted a bit differently. But yeah, they also only changed tires once. I did short stops for the rest of the thing. And compared to me, they took enough fuel to actually pull the strategy off, so I wasted some time in the pit lane on my first stop to just get the fuel in to get far enough. Although I would have had to at least do once a bit of refueling. Right. I guess that's it. We ran for about 4 hours here. Decently sized stream. And we're gonna have a bit more even on Saturday. Not Saturday. We're hitting. It's Sunday already, Lucas. It's just Sunday, okay? Like, get on with it. Okay then. I will say, good night. Bye bye.